go into chambers. So, Ms. Vella, go ahead and do a roll call this morning, and then we can go ahead and go from there. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer the roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not answer the roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer a roll call. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Yes, Senate Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty. I'm calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning. Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona's
Honorable
present.
Pernell, Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henry.
He is
Honorable
present.
Jamie Henry answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Ness answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Good morning.
Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call.
This is Edmund Yazzie. I am here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan's present.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 19 members that answered roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That we have 19 members present. Good morning, colleagues. That we go
Good
ahead
morning.
and continue on to.
Good morning. This is Delegate Brigade to Elmer Brigade.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Oh, yeah, Jeha.
Oh, with that, we have 20 members present. Let me go down to invocation. I know we'll be discussing some items today, so good discussion today. Let me have Honorable Paul Begay. You mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I can do the invocation.
Thank you.
Kudoi na ting bismas ansdet ni go iya. Es ist nada hui ni dole, es ist nada hui ta dole. Kon iya banda hui dort in ki beniga iya kon es ist nada hui ne. Ko di kon de tabe dan hodit a da dat edi. Kon de hachine lang sa te go nan spetade tigo. Kon ta kon nanal sos. Ko ikwain hikan ligid ole strabi in lin ashode si dat an sigo iya do bini kata do an sa hakesi do ay ati sa dan lini yat ehi ede beni kadilor yat eko iya na hodit as yat eho iya navigia dil kistida ikone daho bandit in sigi ko ba henitsen stin ba ikon jongo iya na od after Navajo das King Navajo dan chill ba hiasun na stan lini ne ma ashonye ya te hona hido na ya te hanade te do le chile trajon ya te ko ya te konj en stigo e dige hanade te do le a do kon hitra na agidan lini be trajon go ikon nada ta do le so ya iten lingi bahalongo I konda to dan lini shantin dan lini bebe bikinada hajusli konda also na closing lini jata tin dingo na gai also na agi kai hollon also kone nishon go ia bikinada hajusli konda chido alkin giben nacho aron hidden nedo kone da kuiche ini yesotelzon ashonde vi konde ni teja ja sonal sai hat ningo inni hi ye ikhsoda del zon betche da ha ningo di shinge ben ki hojet lege ba nitz she has tried in lin ko di konde di ja ben na ibn hat adole hat ishin ko ba ya dil ki ya te ja ni ta ke sigi ben ka di lo ado ja sa ben ka di lo ishingen hi ke hol lege ben na chen Lata do hajod si kistale. Lata yel ki gida. Do hajoban si kiso yel kile. Edo basit dole. Ba connection dole khahit si gida. Yat eko iya ikon. Iskojon do yo neta besntaz tigo. Ajo ba besntaz tigo. Kot ego iyan hezat hollon dole ishche. Adon hin sakiso da kot ego. Yat eko ben hikati lol. Ishingen hike hol agi di nasni hat ningi bahat zede ni transni khade shin iya ni trahon ni trako hazling e to dida so dilzen ni tsange hon di tlis ni tsange da dotli khade shin da hazli do a kon da dotli do na di selta ado yat in kisnas adole ta innan kisbaz nagit ego ta kot ego ni kisna hoito ar نخالشنن ليني بتحني ناني تدالسو بس يخلن داخي ديل صل هذا بالكن داخي تدي نهيك ايدان زناتا يشينكي بتحويل زا او هيو هتشو بعدها زا ايه تدالسو نخا يات ايكون سيسنهو يدو هذا دي نهيك هو الليبنينا لا دا ايان ستنا ينيخي ينداكي هذا جنة تكتا خول أكو بغنود أساقو ناستا الكيديل نيتولل الكيل كانيت جهتولل جيان دا يدن لنجي تويدن لنجي آتو بيبكي جتلي دولل هذا يات إيكو إبغانجي بالخز هذا بدبش جيجي باللين خلانجي بيكاشي خلانجي ليتشان دو مصدا أجي نحول آغو بجدا هالخاو بالتهلو سيات إيو بالخزان دولي بخون شون دولي قد إيغو إيا نحيثناهو يدو شون دولي هادو إديد خدو الناس يكخاتو إن خا أخوليا قد إيغو نخا دا أوليا دانكي دو نيدان بنيل نيدولي تشيتو نهزي بكي أسكي إيجدا This is a trana da illa tranakis. Haslagot adon beyond da kaha ningi. So bedel nitolil. Jashin di betahadil negi ya hotza ninde. Dide benan hidden astragi bab abenil nitolil. Abikahonil indolil. Actually, so that's on his agent that dotli. Dide بني قاتل واشتغال لين هذا صوت نشدنات نقان دالو دان زيش هذا زي نقان دان سلاو دان هذا نيجان دا باكو كون يات ايكون شتنا هذا ايكون خبا خليا نشنينا ايدت نشنيجي بنينا نخاف جهدستي لاشي هذا تأوش هو بسنة أبا وندخل له وقت إيجو دننا خديل نيش خدا لجي دولة يات إيجو إياه بنانش نادش إيه دولة أدونا نات ناس داي ألسو هو نماز بيدو أجدو أما ليني نات يسكي أتشيدو أما السنة نالس كي نالس نات نهازتا آدو خهول آبو يات إيهون خبا خليادو لي تانازن لبرو بخز آجي آدو تان شنه واشنطن تغاهو زنجي أكون آتو نات نازتا President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Speaker, آدو بشبانس أنيكل آدو دو هايو division هاد إيغو الآن الناس دانش يخندان خد إيجون خنداد مشيدات نخبا خليان دولي آرون قيخوز دقودا يوتخوغو الشيبيد خو أكون دلتو نات نخي نازدا يات إيجو نخان ساكيس دولي يات إيجو جو بادو يو بين خان ساكيس دولي آن لكن لكوسا دلتو Biden administration yat eko iya nakhan sakis dollar ado didni that is $8 Interior Department corner Ms. Holland corner bikhodini yat eko iya potentially lingo adi ebenina kagish tlijini klinki yat eha nakhanash dollar yat eha nakha ilado alo da so kayah nishiltasa also Azashi and Nadat end Yat Eko Chin Kistoli. Yat Eko Ea, a yod Nedocho, Pabe, Chin Kistoli. What is Yelgo, Kayan Kilsa Ado, the Secret Arts of Nash Art A, Belash Laini Lingo, Yat Eko Chin Kistoli. What is Yelgo, Tahini Nado, than Kimaran go Kayan Kilta Naz Ado. Dicot Ego edition. Could add so doesn't Isla or the Stradi in Deni, also a Hojon has $3 also a day $3. That egon kilnahast ada. Nisan lene, chenatan lene arton hitnaja conditli. Is hojon wali yo net wali in het JB ditli. Yat eko iar hansi kisole. Yat ekon hit or as yat eko ien hit or car. Naso holjo. Hojon go ia nane katole. He hope ego ia so this and deep in the begin. Nige yot Jesus Christ, which you can naturally could also this. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for that wonderful invocation this morning for blessing the day and the nation. Yeah. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down on our proposed agenda here. Moving on down to item number 2, we have a requesting recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation.
Speaker,
Yes.
this is Edmund. Can I make an announcement before we vote on the agenda?
Right now, we're recognizing guests and visiting officials. Honorable Chairman Yazzie.
Sir. Okay.
Any recognitions? Were you going to do a recognition, Chairman Yazzie?
Speaker.
No, Speaker. I wanted just to make a quick announcement. That was it, sir. Well, yeah, it could be recognition. I'll do that, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Speaker, members of the council, Mr. Public, thank you for the prayer this morning to start off our meeting. And I know we're going to conduct a good business today. I just want to recognize our veterans. State Road 371 veterans are doing their annual walk. Last year they couldn't do that because of the virus, but they start from the Root chapter, and I think today they're going to go as far as up to Upper Fruitland, Speaker. And so they were just passing Vicente chapter along 371. A couple of horses, riders, and about 6 veterans holding the Navajo Nation flag and the United States flag. So I just want to recognize them. And I don't know, Speaker, when they get to Upper Fruitland, I know maybe we can furnish them some drinks or food. I know on the long walk, 100 miles of walking, and I know they're going to have a pretty big appetite. So want to recognize the veterans, for doing their walk. And I always say one day I want to join them, but of course we have our session today and maybe next year. So, Speaker, just want to recognize our vets, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. And if we can definitely accommodate that, just I'll have Chief of Staff reach out to you regarding that, Chairman Yazzie. Moving on down, Vice Chair Walker, on recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good morning to the leadership that's on the call this morning, as well as our legislative staff, legislative council, and all the branches of our government listening this morning. Good morning to the listening audience as well. Delegate Paul Begay for the prayer this morning. So the shares that without the Queen so yeah, sat out the nation. I could in the cop. She lost Naka Ashani, what and see kids go here. Juno Sultan Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I this morning asked for some time here to do recognition. Unfortunately, the person I would like to recognize is no longer with us. However, in a very solemn fashion, in a honorable way, I want to have his memory, be memorialized in this way. Having the Navajo Nation Council, having our thoughts and our respect in this way towards an individual. I know in the past we've done this before, and it's a tradition of our leaders. It's most appropriate. What ego had beda nito bada hajilne oda bajida haji aho adoko beke hating ille hajo jokut auto haba ko hinsen even the shin edit nan ako so kwagi ya na way na shahado Kalani Lake Loop Bird Springs, those communities out there. And of course, I represent Cameron and Coal Mine Mesa chapters as well. I think from that end, from that portion of the Navajo Nation, we have suffered a loss of an individual, one of our own elders, the late Mr. Alan Todichini from Loop, Arizona. The more yet ako ishin ni iske delia khalias ni ako DJ kwat ba jo de sha chaba hono sendo de shnanta ako na hot idiki ado Mr. Todichi ni Bizan ni hodlo Loretta Shadago ado ba chin KGK shita kedo shmaya jikeda eko ade panada chin itan hitsoke what eko ado konted teacher pacho dish Johnson chaba ko hinzendo ligi gisipenia ko ado nishitlat so John no holji Vietnam war Washington ati shi kajalon ko anan shiji la don zza ado jebe kwa hanilzent ko ado ko that need about shout anigit Veterans Memorial event, Veterans Day, celebrating our veterans, honoring, recognizing our veterans for their contribution to our country, our society, and our world. Things like that, that are localized. Mr. Todichini had participated in many of these events in our area. He will certainly be missed, in the upcoming veterans events. Although in our area, we have American Legion Post 112, the Curtis Hashkan, the Yeji Salim, Ishin Etzke and Lo, Totsatna, the other, Jeda State, and the other Bekayat, the Yeji Salim, Curtis Hashkan, American Legion Post 112 of Loop, Arizona. So Mr. Todichini was, one of the few individuals that had co-founded that post back in 1982, and kept his support for it, kept being involved, and so forth to reach it. Yes. Yes.
Vice Walker, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay, so I would ask a moment of silence, Mr. Speaker, in memory, in honor. Ibn Yeshaho Akwa.
Okay, thank you. that, thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for that recognition. And at this time, if there's no other further recognizing individuals for a moment of silence, we can move forward with that request, Vice Chair Walker. It seems like there's no others. So, colleagues, with that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker brings us an individual from his community member and who's been a long-time advocate, but most importantly, the family father, but a veteran as well. So at this time, colleagues, if we could go ahead and have a moment of silence for Mr. Alan Totachitney. Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker and colleagues and everyone that's listening in. If you could please keep Mr. Alan Totachitney's family in your prayers as they are still mourning at this time and continue to mourn for the loss of the father, family member, and supporting veteran. So again, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I put you in the queue. Chairman Rick Nez.
Speaker. Queue box, Freeland. Thank you.
Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, and all the listeners. Yet it's been pro and Honorable Edmund Yazi Ahatzi. Lane Kisalasha, our veterans are walking from Theru to Upper Fruitland. And I would like to just recognize P&M for making a donation to buy T-shirts, to pay for T-shirts, as well as Intec. Intec paid for part of it, as well as NECA. So they didn't have to pay for anything. And quite a few T-shirts, hoodies, and all that have been purchased by them. I just would like to say thank you, and also thank my LDA, who has been working diligently with these industries to provide some funding for it. And I would like to just recognize the three industries, NTEC, P&M, as well as NECA, for helping our veterans. And veterans, God bless you all. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, for that. With that, moving on down on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, 24th Council. Ava Shna Ash for the wonderful prayer this morning, opening it, and for the special session this morning. Those that are listening, Shikasi, Yatepen. I'd like to just recognize our elders. Thank you for being there for us when we were in our younger life and guiding us and giving us a good life on behalf of your wisdom, knowledge, and loving care to all our grandmas and grandpas and all our nullas. They need to be recognized. Those that are at nursing homes, I'm sure they're missing home. They're missing family members. Just wanted to express that we still think of them and we care for them, and we wanted to send out our love to them, and tell them and appreciate their presence still with us here on Great Mother Earth with us today, and just want to thank them for being there as we were going through. And also a shout out to the veterans on behalf of them being out there during the time of call for duty, and they were ready to go into action. Appreciate them. Freedom's not free, all the way from our veterans that served from the World War II, World War I, Korean, and also the Vietnam, and also the Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and all those that served over the Middle East. Appreciate them, and we also shout out for the missing in action, killed in action, and those that are here with us. Just wanted to say that, Speaker, in honor of the Navajo Nation 24th Council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith, for those recognitions. With that, let's continue on down. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation.
Speaker, good morning, colleagues as well, staff. Shana, thank you for that prayer. I too want to resonate my appreciation and gratitude and pay homage to those who are walking on 371. It did start in Theru, and want to thank Smith Lake chapter for feeding them lunch as well. Today they'll be having lunch at Indian Creek Turnoff. If you know where that's at, Speaker. Indian Creek is a part of White Rock chapter, so they'll be in the area today. But I just want to say thank you to all of our veterans, all of those who serve and are in harm's way right now. Thank you very much to our law enforcement, to all those first responders as well. Thank you very much. And like my brother said too, our elders, we can't forget them, our most vulnerable population, those who we really worked hard to protect during this pandemic, and our children as well. All of our little ones, our leaders of tomorrow, and those who are learning right now. And I step out my door sometimes and I see the football team here in Crown Point practicing, and it's nice to see. And I appreciate. I think of that as life continuing, and life goes on for us. Even though I think of all the loved ones that we lost, Speaker, and my colleagues and everyone out there, it even affected me, and it still does. But our people are resilient, our people are strong, and we will thrive, and we will continue to prosper and move on to this future. And we are the great Navajo Nation. We will always be great. So any other speakers want to say that? Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that recognition too as well. That, colleagues, are we ready to move on down? I don't have anybody else in queue lined up on recognizing guests and visiting officials. There are none? Let's go ahead and go on down. Review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, members of Navajo Nation Council. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication, March 26, 2021, Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business A, legislation 0043-21. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
All right. That, I Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, can I get a motion on the agenda?
Motion.
Monica?
Motion was that you, Honorable Slater?
Motion, Delegate Jane.
Honorable Vince James. Second, Honorable Wanika. Okay, with that, colleagues, any questions, comments, additions, deletions to the agenda? I
Delegate
have,
James here.
Honorable Vince James in the queue. Honorable James. Good morning.
Oh, yeah, they been Shinale Speaker, although Shek hosting, so members of the council, although that is not Angi, although to the Zenibe Hosligi. Although motion is like it, I'd like to add legislation 0023-21, legislation 0043-21, legislation 0048-21, and legislation 0050-21. I'd like to make that motion to add the 4 legislations. Thank you. Reserve my time. Second, Vice Chair. Second by Vice Chair Smith.
Hello, hello. Are we still on the call?
Yes, colleagues, I'm trying to get the lineup correct in the amendment. Hold on, because there's a motion with 2/3 amendment or 2/3 legislation. So we're trying to clarify where they're going to be in the lineup. So please be patient, colleagues.
Point of order, Speaker. Lucidio.
Yes, point of order, Chairman Henio.
I guess that's to Speaker David, Addition of 24th Navigation Council. Just a point of order. I'm thinking in one of the past meetings we've had, there was a question that came up whether if you are holding the main motion and you are not able, you're prohibited to make an amended motion. As I remember Dana talking about that. It was a committee meeting. It was okay to do that at committee, but not at council. If you could provide some clarification on that.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio. Legislative Council or Legislative Services. Honorable Vince James is holding the motion on the main motion of the adopt the agenda. Now, Honorable Vince James is bringing an amendment to that same motion. Honorable James, I guess the question is Honorable James allowed to raise that motion even while he's holding the main motion? There has been precedents before on this issue, but I can go to Legislative Council. Ms. Barbara? Ms. Barbara?
I apologize, Speaker. I'm having a little problem getting muted and unmuted this morning.
Okay.
Speaker, I'm going to defer to Ms. Khan, who's on the line and was researching this. She's looking at Rule 14. I've been a little distracted here. Mariana, can you respond, please?
Speaker Doug Yellowhair is on the line for the record.
Thank you. Ms. Khan? Ms. Khan, you might have to press *6.
Oh, yeah, it's right here.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan. I'm sorry it took me so long. With regard to the question whether a delegate who holds the main motion may make an amendment to the main motion, Rule 14 of the Rules of Order, Council Rules of Order, paragraph A, states that any delegate except parties to the main motion of the council shall be permitted to propose an amendment to the main motion by so moving. So there is that language that prevents the parties to the main motion to make an amendment to the main motion. Mr. Speaker, that is what I have found in Rule 14, paragraph A.
Okay, thank you. With that, Honorable James, at this time, I cannot accept your a motion as as the motioning party for the main motion. Honorable James?
Yeah, it's not a speaker. I'm going to withdraw my motion then.
Okay, thank you. Let me go on down. Chairman Daniel So. Good morning, Chairman.
Oh, yes, thank you, Cecilia, Speaker Damon, auto members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let me make a motion to amend the agenda that has been read into the record to include those that Shiche, the Honorable Vince James has outlined, but I want to also include in those four, I would like to include 0012-21, 0030-21. So my amendment would be, Amendment 1 would be to include the 6 new business items. Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, legislative council, and Shikado Shidena Shikazana Tainofsagi Quaggy Hotel, Chateau Behasito, Listo, Sheha Quaggy, Oh Shiche, Honorable Paul Begay, World Junon Hasudinizunda, Ocean A, Agantelia, Kodo, Asto, Ados Sicily Hatsi, the Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Oh, he's got so the have days including Mother Earth, the heavens, and the animals.
Well,
oh, what's Ayla? Cecilia, thank you. That would be my motion to amend the agenda.
thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, on the motioning party, 0023 and 0048 would be the first on the discussion due to the fact that those are 2/3 votes. And then we'd go on to item number C, which would be 0012-21 and then 0030-21, then 0043-21, and then 0050-21. That would be the lineup, A through F. So that motion by Chairman Daniel. So, Mr. Rico, if you could read into the title of legislation 2348, 12, 30, and 50 before I get a second.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0023-21 is an action relating to Budget and Finance Resource Development Committee, Navigated Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the Citizen Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. Tracking number 0048-21 is an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Comprehensive Budget, continuing the extension of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration budget through June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. Legislation 0012-21 is an act relating to Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending the charter of Diné College 10 NNC Section 2001 to 2023, sponsored by Honorable Daniel E. So, and I believe, let's see, Honorable Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. Tracking number 0030-21, an action relating to the Navigated Committee and the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Tom Platero as Executive Director of the Division of General Services, sponsored by Honorable Daniel E. So. Tracking number 0043- oh, that's already on there. Tracking number 0050-21 is an action relating to the Navigated Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Rex Lee Jim to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the representative and practitioner of the Diné Healing Arts Medicine Man position, sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henyo. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, is there a second to amendment number 1? Going once?
Speaker,
Twice.
I second. Thomas Walker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, on amendment number 1, any comments, questions?
Request, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
2 things. 1, can you have staff throw the new order with this amendment up on the screen sharing so that we can see? And then 2, a request for modification to put 43 and 50 as the last 2 legislations on the agenda.
Here we are.
So that's just a matter of the order of the legislation.
Byron or Tim, Julissa is trying to share the screen. Can you allow her to share that screen? The lineup right now, Honorable Slater, is 23 and 48. Those are the first 2 because there are 2/3, and then
30,
12, 30,
30, 43,
43, and 50 are the last two.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't tell if it was 43 was higher than that. Well,
Yeah.
Speaker, then there's no need for the modification. Thank you.
Okay. We'll try to get that fixed as quickly as possible to get that up on the screen. Excuse sharing. There it goes. Can you see it now, almost later?
Jonah?
Okay. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? If there are none, going once, going twice.
Speaker Demons, hello.
Member Halona, on amendment 1.
Okay, yes, I'm not sure if I need to wait for after this vote, but I'll try to add a legislation onto the agenda as well.
28. Emergency. Huh?
Honorable Halona, you can ask a motioning party to modify to include it if you're trying to add the legislation on.
Thank you, Chair. And that's, is that Honorable Slater making that motion?
No, Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay. Honorable Delegate Daniel So?
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Could we maybe do a modification on your amendment to add 028-21, the burial assistance?
Let me have Mr. Rico read that into the record, and then I'll go to Chairman Daniel So for a request to modify. Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 0028-21, the heading into the record, so our Chairman Daniel So can make a decision.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0028-21, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, approving an allocation of supplemental funding from the reserve undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $2,002,000 to the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services for COVID-19 related burial assistance, waiving 12 NC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act, sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. That, Chairman Daniel So, there's a request to modify to add on 0028-21.
thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Speaker. The 24th Navajo Nation Council. That will be a 2/3 vote item, Speaker.
Yes, it's a UUFB for $2 million.
Yes, I'll honor that request since it comes from 2 members of the HES committee. Thank you.
Then that will change the lineup. That will be 2-3, then 2-8, and then 48 would be the legislations that would go first, because those are 2/3 legislations. Vice Chair Walker, you good with that?
Yes, Speaker. I'm good with that.
Right. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Eugene So.
Eugene So on amendment number 1.
I also would like to request for remodifying the amendment 1 to add on 0017-21, if it's possible. Thank you. Daniel Stoll.
Chairman Daniel, so before we, let me have the legislation read, the heading read into the record so you can make a decision. Mr. Rico, if you could read in legislation 0017-21's heading into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of 24th Navajo Council, tracking number 0017-21, an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,616,413 for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters community emergency response plans, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon and Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we go back to Chairman Daniel So for request to modify.
Honorable Eugene So. Order to all the co-sponsors. All of you are my younger brothers, so I guess the older brother has to really help the younger brothers. So I will consent to adding this to the amendment number 1 motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That will be the first item that we would go to then, because that is a 2/3 legislation. Well, Vice Chair Walker, are you good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
All right. You have to put it in. Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? Hello? Ms. Crotty, was that you? Madam Chair Crotty? All right, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? As of right now, this is the lineup. 00 on Amendment 1, 0017-21, 0023-21, 0028-21, and 0048-21. All of those legislations are 2/3 votes. Then we'd go on to 0012-21, 0030-21, 0043-21, and 0050-21. Those are all simple majority. That, colleagues, if there's no more comments, questions on Amendment 1, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown via text votes green.
Delegate
Regina
Brown
Charles
votes
Newton.
green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Canal Helena votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater via text votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. For that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. That, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions on amendment number, or actually on the agenda? We are back on the main motion. I don't see anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait my time. Thank you.
Take your time. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Went once. Went twice. Went 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, you have one amendment. That amendment is to add legislation 0017-21 as new item A, 0023-21 as new item B, 0028-21 as new item C, 0048-21 as new item D, 0012-21 as new item E, 0030-21 as new item F, 0050-21 as new item H, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, let's go to the board. Putting on the agenda for today.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keal Begay Jr.
Delegate Keal votes green.
Honorable Keal Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeman.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeman votes green. Honorable Canal Helona.
One votes green.
Honorable Canal Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, sure, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yagi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yagi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl
Delegate
Slater.
Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. With that, colleagues, we have a agenda before us.
Speaker, I vote green to this Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Well, Elmer Begay votes green. With that, change the vote to 23. Is that correct, Ms. Yvonne? Okay. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. As soon as staff gets that together, we can go ahead and send that out immediately. With that, let's go ahead and continue on down. We have item number 4, there are reports, there are none. Item number 5, old business, there are none. Item number 6, new business. We are on new business. And if you remember, colleagues, we did amend the agenda. We are starting with this legislation 0017-21. It's legislation sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0017-21, an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and non-allocated committees of the Navajo Nation Council, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,616,413 for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters community emergency response plans, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J. Sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. We do have committee reports from the standing committees. One second. No. No? Not yet. One second, Mr. Speaker. you have a committee report from the Research and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1, page 4, line 15, insert new paragraph H as follows. H, in its approval of the Navajo Nation Budget Instruction Manual BIM for fiscal year 2021, the Budget and Finance Committee recognized the difficulties involved in obtaining signatures on budget forms related to requests for appropriation. The fiscal year 2021 BIM therefore reflects the divisions and departments are encouraged rather than required to have written concurrence from the appropriate branch chief or division director. Navajo Nation BIM fiscal year 2021 section 12B1AI. 2, page 5, line 8, insert new section 6 as indicated below. Section 6, waiving 12 NNC 820, section 820O pertaining to chapter distributions. The Navajo Nation Council waives 12 NNC section 820O to allow for the chapter to receive the distributions as indicated in the budget forms and allocation schedule set forth in exhibits A and B respectively. 3, page 4, line 2, after exhibit A, add the words and B as follows, attached as exhibits A and B. 4, on page 4, line 26, insert new language as follows, in exhibits A and B. 5, on page 4, line 28, insert new language as follows, in accordance with exhibits A and B. 6, on page 4, lines 12 to 14, make the changes as indicated. Overstrike existing paragraph G, insert new paragraph G as follows. G, the Office of Management and Budget has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirement of 12 NNC Section 820M for a budget impact analysis. 7, insert new Office of Management Budget memo dated February 8th, 2021 as new Exhibit C. 8, the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel shall coordinate to recalculate cumulative totals if needed. Amendment number 2, on page 4, lines 9 to 11, make the changes as indicated below. Strike existing paragraph F. Insert new paragraph F as follows. The Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirements of 12 NNC Section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated the request is non-recurring and the balance of the UEFB as of January 30, 2021. January 20, 2021 is $63,795,352. 2, add the Office of the Controller memo dated February 9, 2021 as new Exhibit C. 3, rename Exhibit C in Amendment number 1 as Exhibit D. 4, on page 5, line 1 through 6, delete Section 5 as follows. Overstrike complete existing Section 5. 5, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Also attached to the legislation is a committee report from the Nabikayatik Committee. That it do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1, on page 1, line 16, after plans, insert new language, underscore and $250,000 to the Division of Community Development to facilitate the development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. 2, on page 4, line 26, insert new section as follows. New section 5. Section 5, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Division of Community Development. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Administrative Services Center Department, Division of Community Development as set forth in Exhibit C to facilitate the development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. B, the supplemental appropriation of $250,000 shall be from the amount of funds that exceeds the minimum fund balance of the unreserved undesignated fund balance as determined by the Office of the Controller. C, the supplemental funding shall be used by the Administrative Service Center Department to develop and facilitate delivery of emergency management and mitigation plans to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters and to provide chapters with the necessary training, knowledge, and technical skills for local emergency response and recovery to guide activities for duration of COVID-19 major disaster declaration as they continue to navigate the impacts of the current pandemic and other major disasters, including how to safely reopen. D, the Administrative Services Center Department shall take all steps necessary to ensure the development of the emergency management and mitigation plans are submitted for FEMA reimbursement in a timely manner. E, the Administrative Services Center Department shall report their progress in the development and the facilitation of the emergency management and mitigation plans to the Resources Development Committee at the end of each fiscal year quarter. 3, insert new Exhibit C. Amendment number 2. On page 1, line 14, page 3, line 29, and page 4, line 8, 20, and 22, delete 1,616,413 and insert $1,690,174. 2, on page 4, line 3, delete $598,958 and insert $647,730. On page 4, line 4, delete $339,544 and insert $339,865. On page 4, line 5, delete $321,020 and insert $259,846. On page 4, line 6, delete $206,708 and insert $208,606. On page 4, line 7, delete $150,183 and insert $234,127. 7, replace Exhibit A, budget documents, and Exhibit A, revised budget documents. 8, replace Exhibit B, chapter distribution schedule, with new Exhibit B, revised chapter distribution schedule. 9, replace Exhibit C, OMB impact analysis, with new Exhibit C, revised OMB impact analysis. 10, renumber letter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Keelan.
Thank you with that, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, can I get a motion? Honorable Keelan Gay. Is there a second?
Alona, second.
Honorable Halona. That. Any comments, questions? Does Nobby work? Went once?
Nobby works. Oh.
Went twice? Went 3 times. Go to board.
Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair?
Speaker, I apologize. I lost the signal again and I called back in. Can you tell me what legislation we are currently discussing?
0017-21. Honorable Eugene Soes.
Is that the chapter money?
Yes.
Get done. 11.
Speaker, I do have some questions.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I call for the vote already. Let's go to board. Yeah, this is a 2/3 vote. Madam Chair.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I voted green. It's Delegate McGay. Hello? Good morning. This is Delegate Elmer P. Begay, voting green.
We hear you.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
It was green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Israel, yes.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhill. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhill.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable
Wanika
Jimmy
votes
Ellerhill
green.
Votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vella. That colleagues 19 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not
Paul
voting.
Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green.
With that, colleagues, that changed the vote from 19 to 20. 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0017-21. That legislation will go across the street for the president's approval or veto or line item veto. Colleagues, on legislation 0017-21. That moving on down, colleagues, on the agenda.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, point of privilege.
Speaker, I just want to say that I did have a question on that legislation, and just as I was speaking, the program said you are muted, And then when I went to do *6, it just hung up on me. And as we all know, colleagues, it takes about a minute to actually get back onto the call. I looked at my phone and I had full bars LTE, so I know that my call was not dropped. So I'm not sure what happened. But again, Speaker, just for the record on that last legislation, I did have questions, but I was muted, and then the system hung up on me. I hope it's the system that hung up on me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and sorry for those technicalities. As we know, we're dealing with this. We have good service over here, but thank you for putting that on record, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. With that, colleagues, moving on down on the agenda, the legislation 0023-21 is the second item under the, before we go into the rest of the legislation, due to the fact that this legislation is 2/3 votes as well. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince James. Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0023-21, in action relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Resource and Development Committee, Nabikiati Committee, and Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the Citizen Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee, who recommended do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments, and a committee report from the Nabikiatik Committee that recommended do pass with no amendments. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0023-21, is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Daniels.
Second by Honorable Herman Daniels. That, colleagues, on legislation 002321, we're going to the board, or?
Question to Chair, this was Daniels.
Question by Honorable Slater. With that, Honorable Vince James, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Chairman,
Put me in the
I'll
queue.
put me in the queue.
Another speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kodod did based on a unique donor source. They locate lineage source called 0023-21. A look on has under a added a Kodod based on lineage added the unished lineage a Ajibini Hajo Badi Nido Bana in the Khan Condestation called Bishop. Adon Anna Aja large banana shade inigi a passion so the inlay and Kaya Linigi Afon Cave along a the Nebekaya Linigi Kai Chida or a called Jishako. A called Danda by Yasi Tio. When that the whole just did a there other children the nest conference has anja or fire trucks ambulance that a or a arched a bench deal a parking has unneed a called purchase the equipment get a those such a don't have a unique kid Adonana Kodot Eya Saja Behata Isti Suni Dada Ako Ashide Ni Sodo Benit Anit Ashide E Kodo Bayanani Donat Asa Nini Behata Dot Higishi Kodo Be Hisnada who is net or Lesako did all her huge at A look at his consensus under it all her huge at A Chipitin Edo A but at the Hanako for the Nahot Hale has linked up at the no go a what are a baby yet here convert the whole Jishako. Need a host to Hahozo. Beyond that, a what are even on so many dated on conduct the whole Jishako. Upon this, Quaggy has a jo make or change Hahozo, a ashota, and all time the Haklahi what are the natural base of Banahan day. Ni Ecuador the Nebekaya ni Hahozo the Kai Kehonit Enigi Edo in Ananta in the Halieda Hawan Lenigi Kaya for cards Argo Oko out a Hahozo the Eba base on the Lao Oko the Hod just the elegant Hedo Edo Okot out it has the Hale the Nebekaya and the Nebeka Kehonit Eko Oko oh a huge A and the Eko Ado Ben Hada at the Hako Kondia Kohan Shane the A Kodo a large banana should they did any first responder should that a Hindi ban so his Khalid A Bedesa a other Hashin so banana she later Anahot a lefoko Anahot a Halefoko Johan Nego a hot a Badini in a conduct in Shako are able to on Sachi so thought a Kodo not sourcing limiting in so though a benach a conduct a Batani Glido, but not these to the conduct in Hikod Jishako. What out a Kodo, a Kohen Shane the a Bahanana, Stito Saj a Bayasil Tito Saj a Bahna, those kids in Dada, OOC has under Hijaha or Z, not Aha or Z, Nana DOJ has under Stone Hijaha or Z, Ado. Nana an hin here about the Ahinan sauce Naha di Lagi stone hitcher not Ahan Hanazi the Linko put out a the creature Bahna Dixido a Niga whole G Dada put out a hitcher not Ahada is this Linko what Ashide a old skin for a Bahasti or Lesako not Ahna Sinigi for Kodoshi Ben Hike so Zido Lesigishi the Ecuador Bana in Chicago Lesako. But I ever has speaker thank you for the time Speaker Damon and members of the council if you have.
Thank you very much, Honorable James Kahat, for that description and for that presentation. That, colleagues, let me go to the board. I do have in the lineup Honorable Slater, Honorable Daniels, and then Honorable Kiamge. Vice Chair Slater, floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me. This legislation is not consistent with the way that the CSN fund was set up, and it doesn't provide equity for council or provide broad impact across the Navajo Nation. It also doesn't have supporting resolutions from all Navajo Nation chapters, all fire districts, and the Navajo Nation Fire Chief. So with respect to the litmus test and the standards that were applied yesterday, this legislation fails. But most importantly, what are we going to have left in the CSN fund? I mean, we just keep robbing it. This is a worthy project and it's important to fund it, but we should be very cognizant of the political environment we're in. The Arizona government is looking at tax cuts, reducing services. They're not looking to expand services in Northern Arizona. So the further that we subsidize state-funded programs, we set the precedent that we are either going to take them over or we're comfortable with seeing decreased funding for them. And with that said, there is funding that was sponsored by former Representative Orlando Teller. I don't know the status of those right now, and if the new representative took those bills on, but they were to help out fire districts within Legislative District 7, which of course includes this district, this fire district. So while this is a worthy project, I think it would be better under a UUFB request. And at this point, we'll not be able to support this legislation. The 99% of Navajo citizens are not going to see benefit from this legislation, maybe 95%. And the CHISN fund is the Navajo people's money. It's not Delegate James's district's money. So we need to figure out a way to set up some new rules so that there's equity and that there's impact for the whole Navajo Nation. When we do these piecemeal approaches, we're just replicating the failures of the past. And that is, okay, my delegate will go just get money for my district or this effort or that effort. And it doesn't create a cohesive government that has unified operations, that's leveling up, that's setting up a strong fiscal path, and that's really unifying all the resources available to us under and within these boundaries of our nation. So again, while the purpose is worthy, the method is faulty, and I will not be able to support this legislation. Speaker, I'll yield my time back, and I'm not requesting response.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. That moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker.
Oh.
Shaniki Kodo 24th Navajo Nation Council Kodo. Adonana Kodo Titsile. Kodo Nal Sos Nigitani, Sogi, I see here Kodo. Adonana Kodo. And now,
thank you.
I end up. Play Kodo, and Ye Kodo Nal Sos, the Hogodo. Adonana Kodo, and you would look on Tier. I'm going to take a Kala and see Zinigi. I see me, what they call a lebe and that's the coco. I don't know if I have to on the great dam. But I was Ago, out additional Bahasi over the great dam and Western Agency. You want for us to that elder chamber and that's the. And you had the Adam for example, on the great dam, Manama Valley. The great coin successor. Their fire station is right there on the state line, but they can't go into Arizona, even though there's right there on the state line. But they can't go into Arizona because of liability. I don't know. Utah's they want county to be now. So in the great Arizona should have hit the need out there. So at the special date, state line don't have not illegal, even though it's 100 yards, they can't go there. So that other band has difficult. So in the great we been the strategy could on the great directive legislation song, maybe at the end of the great legislation band, it's directive legislation song to Navajo Nation of Fire Chief Linigi Kodon Chief Fire Chief Linigi. So the great art Ecuador great throughout Navajo Nation. Coin set up has on I see Kodon them. It's Hakado Gashin for Ecuador. Even though some are run by the county, the height are the Measure, which got the deep also. So what are the changes that go in the Soho? So I don't know if there's one in Clienta, but they're run by the township. So I seen the right or jet towards of Nada in the right township again. So I got that out of how to equal in our the reservation boundary in the right Mexican head Utah. So I see that people there from even PT they don't respond to that area. I see that now they could So it is about this, but I support this legislation without the Philippines. Yeah, give it up. But the directive legislation without the Navajo Nation Fire Chief and Lenny without the fire station, the fire department state. Yeah, I see the right track of the dog guy. Out of the year, you can't have dollars or law and order that I just got a year, can't have dollars. You got a kitchen that is listen for you, so you got the hospital. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you very much. With that, reserve your time at 1 minute, 34 seconds. Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, I have Honorable Keelan Begay. Floor is yours.
Chairman.
Yes.
Speaker, good morning, Nana. Other Kodoshonal Nal Sosni, Sozgi, Dana Alago Ban Yasil, Dot Alago, Bahaiti, Coco, Ohet in the she, the ancient Hansela, Bishbans, and Lindigi Halana, Sosagin, Hidanil Sos. I would end the Kodo, Bekesi, Gishated, at it out with a Coco. Jo Hajo Kodo Halit al A course. So I commend you for advocating for your chapters. I mean that's what we're here for. Oh, but should that go Dana Bahasi in Hila A oversight program Mikila Art and then Hapkidat. So me coming from the Chinle agency, we have 16 chapters. And my thinking is that RDC, we were not identifying any specific projects, but we talk about the overall Navajo Nation projects, which is the Chigi, what Haiti, what in at RDC of all these projects. And for the chapters that I represent, but we are inclusive with everyone, every chapters, all 110 chapters. So a not the then linigi but na big hit alla inats hos nas betil na podot art and the hot on hit nan linigi dit ayal but the hoye shint hit alla ecuador bebakai dit was to bat kin dit ne I don't like the state of Washington, not the based on Linigi Babahait Idol other program. Linigi, and you've probably heard me saying this at a meeting with the NDOT last Monday. I need the put on based on under the specific projects today. Now, what we're asking you as division director, just because I'm on RDC, I don't want to push myself to say that we need your input, we need your recommendation, and my colleagues, each agency, one agency they got the doll out the Kodoya and beyond didn't get the edge on all tin to then hit it no the benefit had 8 seats and then now go hit all that art in the zone hitting the Lindigi whatever we can to start building projects across the Navajo Nation. The snow a with Abahanas a coco a with the oversight. With all the programs within the law and order and HESI and so on. What all she be on CK so ya at instance that a sakit ya a coco ben coco hit all a junior seeds being hit ya that in Disney halit all in the eight it's a did one dog get that is that no the sate basically had 8 seats tradition. And my response is that we have a representative from the agency to the committee that should be able to advocate for each of the agencies. Like for me, I try to do as much as I can to cover all of the
Chile agency chapters of how I can advocate on behalf of them. A question, I forgot there was a 5 minutes time for this session, but Shanalik Ashode, the Law and Order Committee, could we ask Donna stop be kid and he kid and stop Ashode, Police Chief Division Director of Public Safety, what is their overall plan? Not so in kitchen. What that see AD needed relating to the fire department, though, giving them resource. So, Benago, Goshanel, as shown during your next deliberation, in 110 chapters and all 5 agencies, maybe start presenting legislation with similar with the RDC oversight programs. So it covers everyone across the Navajo Nation. So Chairman, if there's any reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Calmagay. You actually used up your time. Che, your whole 5 minutes on the dot. With that, colleagues, let me continue to go on down on the agenda. Okay. Let me move on down. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay.
Chair Speaker. Members of the Navajo Nation Council too. So Yate Ado Shidado, Delegate James Do Shijayado. Ado Arabida Baslain Kagido Ada Basataniki do Basatain Zanigido Edo Hiado Yate prediction. So I just wanted to put this on the record that I know that we tried this, like I said, several years ago. The only way that it could be feasible to have include downtown more is that we had to enhance the service area in Ganado Fire Station. Casey did at that time, so I'm pretty sure it's good to hear some of your fire chiefs, though, the one that were there about 8 years ago. I heard them speak the other day. We were collaborating on, that according to thinking about that, if the hospital becomes a reality, we know that there's going to be growth here tremendously. I'm supporting that, but the initiative of expanding that, maybe we can put it on record that I think that's the only way is that they're providing more, expanding your service area. That's the only way that we can support you to get more fundings. So maybe I can have one of your fire chiefs and then your workers from there. Maybe they could give me a feedback on it. Maybe we could start planning on it. Just for the record there. So Speaker, thank you.
Thank you with that. Moving on down. Chairman Nez, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Yes, good afternoon, Speaker Damon, as well as honorable members of the 24th Council. Thank you for the prayer this morning. My brother, Paul Begay. Honorable James, thank you for your legislation. I understand that you're advocating on behalf of your communities and the vicinity there. Could I ask this? Hold on, this case. Data. The Arizona State, Hans Tagoshi Biasa. As a basis, Hans Tagobe Bohling. Take at the peso, Corona peso. Our people's money, everybody who's Navajos, our money. I like the idea of Honorable Slater. The Koro UFB is just in Skimbity, then that got peso, Hajago. I go be, I don't know that in skis. She has said, I think we really need to have a work session on this. You say, if we run out of this money, permanent trust fund does about when will that happen? I understand that the election's coming already in less than 2 years now. I see, they could only hit chapters, but and there you supposedly quite on the if I vote red on this and I request funding from UEFB or Citizen for my Tzedek on Hogback chapter, I'm going to get some red votes. That structures, employees are no longer in there. So, Bishop how I done. Chetkin Bishop Baines, Kira. It's other, she don't need even in this case. I'm very concerned that we're taking over some funding that the state should be responsible for. Apache County, Navajo and leaders between Lesson and Honorable James, have you gone over there to seek some funding? It had been out of education, so I reserve my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman Nez, reserve time, 2 minutes and 1 second. Let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll go back to Honorable Vince James, the sponsor. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good morning. Good morning. Yat Ishnan. Ashe Dishnet Delegate Jimmy Elher, Jimmy Yat Ara Korosh Yaja, Mitch James, to bring the legislation before us is a Navajo council here, 24 councilmen. She Koro on is a thing, but this is the case of the data. So, ni what data out of station. State asking it is either the state of Arizona, but Arizona is hot subject case. But ego shin Arizona chapter has other on fine either then. I never thought it needs at all to the in the state of Arizona representative and Lenny congressman and Lenny senator. But Rayo Yan Hahun in the Coche was Dodger. No, in New Mexico, I say, hey, General Yan, that is the Nishila, I could aid at on some more this case. Over 8,000 what our best day need. Other person had a house 2 years ago when we came in and asked for money for the highway at Palaka wrote Tinikis on it, Lib Kiyashia Tini, Pachenda Sil Idokis on it, a former chairman Zoni. He kid Nianda to us Nahaneti Lad. A cut in the Kuchisha ya Bandi Yatis, Shizayas, but National Tino left out all that. We still have to work with the chief of fire chief to request for money to the state of Arizona. Apito Kito out of Apache County, the Navajo County. This is what I saw that had put a debt or on Handa in the Asian, but it's just out of all. Best that Hande to so be Eda Hatozi. Bako Hot Era are the best of any kid. So the New Mexico funding, which is on the Senate chapters, trip to Arizona, the data. As a person has a second, he's not Arizona, and he could Arizona, couldn't his chapter. So that it and he is a person on London, he did no, he has a state of Arizona. Shadow has either Kondoshin. What I should say is, I think that a condition said about is, I think that so I know it's applied to state of Arizona. They should help us to assist this type of stuff, especially a fire truck that other like to protect a Navajo reservation. Should be a case of the concern, so but it's about us. So they are in should not only honorable Rick Naz, they are near that a conde. Share Kuroya about this. So it's quite she could a teenage kid, as not any. Other your kidney didn't the course, but they got caught a sheet. A contest teenage joya, he best on knowledge, he don't err. Because you had very PL artists how does a kiss on it, chaos is under the other. I think that's either that 18-inch kid. In the third world, I think how the team, but personally, the chimney agency, I could only $1,000. What I know is that this based on a lot of money going to chimney. That then she, the thought is that the Senate is sitting behind it. He's on the head. Should check the house, or pleasure or nation since on she did New Mexico, not on the skinny. You can carry up a caution in the world. All the head. How with us in general, Jedi Sklezan von Hanski, Ezobe Henson. Should I shot at the secret the way they call White Valley? It's between Pinion and a Heart area. I think of it, the begin see there. I don't know rough mountain lake, 80 to now. That's the only chapter or there's a chapter out of 110. A school that not as I not 10 years head start band at Donna school for genius non-station. So I ask you to support my roads in the Kitili area too for the school for head start at any elderly. I think she has not attained the can't I can't over here from the station at only 24 councilman. Koroi na hot is name for all the cases and stuff. Abani Yashi Ben Nashia yet on his husband of the nuns and the old chain, not the COVID 19. A chiniki, the COVID 19, the Bakanda, the hot emergency. We need roads and black mist over the spot. Now, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Hang on, we all hear that's your time. That.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Honorable James, I think there were some questions from a couple of your colleagues, so I'll give you the floor back.
Senate Speaker, other members of the council, Kodo, other Isinov, Agi, not Dot Kidigi, Chichi, Honorable Carl Slater, not Dean Kidigi, with all due respect, you indicated no response back, so I won't say anything back to you. Ado Nana da Honorable Herman Daniel, Shana, Adada Bahrain Z, so the Monument Valley, do the state line, Arizona, Utah, the object of behind vehicle, Ado, General, a suspect, a head out, a Ecuador director, the Ninigi behind the up in the cases, Iliad, Neil ink or she Nahayat Eko Adada Shanala Ado so Hanoya Hadzi Eko. So that Ahanjo Ba Eko Saint Shona Law Hot Art on his Akad Eya Ekodo Labana in Kato Bana Adil Kido Hot Out Eya in his on the on his Akako Eya Ekodo. Bishman Annik Lindo Oversight Committee Niklon Eya Ibana Adil Kido Fusion Adil Kido Fusion Nahiki Zabane Ko Mrs. Hall Jishin Lenko Oko Ishin to Ahot Aben cases into Lishina Nana Shinalada Honorable da Kialan Bigay Ekto Kodo the Heinz Ko LOC oversees the whole fire department throughout the Navajo Nation. Eya Ani Kot Edo do not the coincidence ako upon the sisters dot eya kodo need or hayuj eya the base of the holonge eya hajo pa di need ako ado adanda addition need out eya kojet ela ada kodo ni session jokot be ha zero even not cares fund ziki hadishlande ko ado ab dot so the snow but nice is kande it's on Kolia ko ado don ado be lasha as late ado shabelan a lot need date as late ko even in that ya akodon he got the ahiki bisnana ya kodo bisinanish khalit ado lislana nad no bayana stio and ado bayana da siltio ko abahoneza di kodosi has then Khalid hot abe has ani ki be hatet be has ani be keta so he kunan be ba hot shit ni ko benina hot nanish donain chao koko ajasi has then be so hit archida do hit ichido higi in chao even that hot ana ilia so leo kun that the whole just in hita don't need so the ko kot kodon jenat hana state olationale ki Alan Bigay ko ni den ko kot eya hala be ha hulia do be den it even the ha is ko do it on fin hit ni has ando even the hati ta ni ko eya kot shese do e ba kon send di ges kot za le ko shinale ko ashon de shaba honin den do le ko ashi need oyo not the hotel and shin then the shade or in this case no addition need or the you got get but not check or project ba whole g so le questionale ko upon the kodo anaban this case though na I need ko what abc the LOC Land Order Committee it has under ko what ban see case though the ko priority list that hit ko that hashit kot ko discrete ko na kita na khaya da priority list at the so then that the no hot aba yelti on his whole jishko for the whole Navajo Nation as LOC ko nation short ko shinale ko I don't know the question and then on the Hansen case ko on Hansi case ko shinale ko ado nana dan shida honorable Albert Begay so kodosa leni ki behind the ko ani hajo pa hon yat Kenya da eya yidol se kaya benia eya hata ne to kaya leni ki na snen chokot in habe lata lane ha twin hazani ye lata aslen ko kaya leni ki o hayud eya na hasin ne ko ka ko dot bi ka Kenya da ado le chokot in sa case ko kon haba hinsin ko dog han jaaje del and leni hadna higi ko ado esis na annesto le no eya ko do behind the do what abc ko dot what be ha ko ni do be eya hinan leni il ko be ho ji ja shin podina do shi hodina ko shin do fire chief ajiba huitish after Macarla Ron horse quaiki bahna this kidigi not anja hado se koshita adonana shinala honorable witness kodoba na against kidako UUFB article la beso hat med no hot behind the ko shizazindo hot hanela the she is addition by ye do by yasi ko ni quite again hinajuni salande ko UUFB ko ne kojo da si senjola because ani behated for community development under that category. But the Niniki la be bohonetra, Jokot Arto be hao zito by Yatasi, now the na what answer dato need for the cautionale, Honorable Rick Names. Ado Kodo host Dodo Haho Dodo that Ajina is in Kando base that Aja behind the Ajito that the Hajopa means the no Adona this kid Shanan Lenegi Shishna Ashin Lenegi Representative Teller Kodo Business Nesto Business Yati Tio Ado the Kui the Shi Ebenia host the Bobenia Nasa Sado Benia Nasi Kako Ebikaho Representative Teller Ina so from Lenegi Ning so the Kopajana in Kanho Ato can go hit Tiga to Ajibanan Ile Aja Tiga Hada what are non suspect okay this and hunting so the co Apache County Fire District Aja a base of Yayoki to Aja need source and Koko Kodo host to Hahozo ye who one has ando a large Dasata Aja Yaki Arizona speaker Ado Koja something done then being not only done Lenigi host to Hahozo committing Lenigi Ado sign lad Ado Ajanan on the Nana so the Ado becomes a dead bill it wasn't recognized as to any other committees under the Arizona legislators or or Argent not always card or Kwanza the not now nation a ban in Kaya question or what are a ban this kid or ne then Hana launch based on the league the whole a large jar and the Kodo a Hajo Baaj need or I thought a large source behind a Kodo. He's an again hitch a quilliagi sto a hot which a codelia so lane ko hot art a kodo nice condo later ko ishin kodobana the kidigi ben cases they do the hala art conjure based on us ninja a iliado by yasi lane the on the lane caution to change Lenigi. Honorable Daniel so Juno Dada Yen Hard Vehicle Aja your torture hot zone because Anja a Juno a Hachin so a Arjun a year ho one day ho one has under yard a there church can done Lenigi that a Kaya Nas Meligan Juno Yan the case according here could Arizona or to how so J hot to a put a da Unlafted or you're not in the Lord is not hit the Theodore, he said, on his arca, and in Kato, on his arca, Arden de Credonda in the car, his whole Jessico. On Haba, I came in the Coages, in Mexico, Jen, he says, Anigan in Mexico legislators on the Negio, or what are a they don't Haba, on Singapore. Hashtag Edo, listen, they hashtag out the Nabakaya and Lenigin as he has Ado listen the Arizona J Hawando de Hawaniki put out Ben Hansa case with the on so the Bansis case New Mexico Beach what are legislators the whole or what are engine not not state or list Adonana he has not asked yet Honorable Jimmy Yellow here Kodo Jono a Bahanan the Kodo he had any cases he need then additional need mainly host the year who want their host under a what Abin Hansa KC Gijo what are in his position Lanko Adohana lad she attained the Negi then the end in the Kanko H60 but no con lay Palaka don't lay down low mountains the arch base of the unique that oh how you did aje betato nan siajo ato beni ke haljista ako ko an ako o hayuju ke team na hot ako an ko basement an clinic Arizona hosto gen hi hot zogi ko a proposals ado documentation supporting documentation binders that he get o hayuju ile hosto ye hawan has under a ada bata sija ako an hafik ako date in he called just ako the same aben he get hato just wait ado ko so doesn't hoyin bata jolly that to lecture ko on this case the balance case on he called just ako John she ben he get hato just ko balance case ako hot not sa linigi be hanasti to le national speaker kachi podota that Carlo Ron Horsto and that Chief Woody but the dish article coaches Yahna Adel Kidna Koshita and Beniki Honorable Elmer Begay. So with that I'll go ahead and yield my time to Mr. Ron Horst and Chief Woody to respond to Honorable Elmer Begay's question. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and defer that to Chief Woody.
Okay, this is Chief Woody. Thank you and good morning, members of the 24 Council. To answer Elmer Begay, again, his request, we're trying to work an expansion to that area. Again, a lot of it has come back to the tribe, are they willing to accept us to expand to those areas? If they do, we'll be willing to help out in the nomination that way. We can work to expand to that area. If not, Greece to Delcon. I know that you don't have fire suppression service in the area, so we'd be willing to help out in that one. I know that what I'm gathering right now from some of the council delegates is that they assume that we are funded by the state. We are not funded by the state. We are just a subdivision, meaning we are kind of like our own business. We run the fire district, having 5 board members who I have to report to allocate the money, what we're given. A lot of our funds is supposed to be due property tax, if it being centralized. A lot of the off the reservation, a lot of the constituent get taxed for fire services. Unfortunately, on the reservation, we cannot tax our constituents here, so that's where a lot of the funds would have been, but we don't get that. So we rely on the centralized tax, which is what we get in our budget on a yearly basis. So again, the state does not fund us. The state just says you can. This is how you're going to run your fire district. This is how you're going to, step by step, how you're going to do it. You're going to have 5 board members. You report to them how you can spend your money. So our budget is really comes back to assessment from the county that we serve or the area that we serve in this county. Most of our service areas in Apache County, yes, all they do for us is just collect our tax money for the centralized tax. So therefore, we don't collect any additional money from the state or the county, and that's why we really haven't gone to that avenue. Yes, we are probably going to make that attempt to go that avenue, but right now we figure we'll go ahead and try this because most of our service provided is on the reservation. Back in '92, the community was Navajo Nation fire as a service area to suppress, to provide some fire suppression to the area, but it wasn't working. So the community had decided to bring this fire district through the state of Arizona, and therefore it was adopted in '85. And so ever since then, we've been running as a fire district, providing service to the community people. About, I would say, 98% of our customers are within our service area. We do provide probably 2% to non-unions because they, again, on 264, 191, a lot of them are non-native, accidents, so we do provide service to those areas. So that being said, that's where most of our funds is at. So that's what we're asking from the council if they can help us with this. I never made this request before to the Navajo Nation. So that's why I'm asking this. So there are.
Oh, you have to.
That's my response to the questions there.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, can you please make sure your phone's muted? That, Honorable James, does that conclude your response?
That concludes our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. That, colleagues, in the queue I have right now is Honorable Nathaniel Brown and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Brown, I'll go back to the floor. The floor is yours.
Ayat Speaker, Sinant Craigie, Nation Council based on Kododishin Craigie, Nan, Adon Hitene, Bariadale, Hittenal, Ketney, Lenny, Johnny, Adon Jono, Ado Craigie, Zan Jono, Belt Enigita, so there's in the house, the Shadow Bash. Minke trajada hot etole banking on the city and the matter. Ako other quest star credit for bed not it I Nindian dog and nonnish ani yo benanish. I could a leben just little hot the nehes aho. By just kill ani yo nice na. For the best part on the tato najata committee the batato najataho. Ayo sa hatsa and argent law ayo na is na o shispahazen shido atra o hishitilia hat asich ahana atho ani a con that never nan nachon a anitro in kitten that a co quegi benadish kidigi senige ya di peso si hasan nendo a question and a con nash a peso ashanda ba otole Equation had get hold message that they'll call other best contrast and they that they'll call a peso, the heat a arger, it's arger all day. A Hunzago negi cut, I could the bank hold geez. It a peso bay okay, though, yeah. I own a hand like Oyaston, near. A co a deep answers case or the dick at peso are then kitchen, not Tahiki. Le American Rescue Plant Act Linigi Digi that's a height Adach Eliagon John the Chief Aja Contan Seshabanant and Lenny height Ada Zabas Assassi Leo Jodo Ajide Yahat Contan Sessi a could Joe Baines and Tanda do and Le Committee meeting at could she get those check they'll get out of so at I had seen Jono late couldn't Aja has any Ado the Eastern Agency, Central Agency, Chinley Dan the a deal a ski nello Ado Ado peso nota he jo hala did not he give it peso think it's a head me that's a biago. Ako art he nello Johnny teach the heavy equipment. Could ask at Delia. Art 110 chapters. A codida fire stations and Lenny art heat sogo. Other peso no tahiki American Rescue Plan funds. That's art a biago on John. A coho. Jodi the peso could just in the league a nichi. The principle is the league are the dicadhanete or nichi yahatoni. I don't know that a husband
Ashanti behezano the shnekwegi hala edi peso nal kahi peso hat nelo yahato ni ilchi yahato ni ado di kujigi ein le peso ade no te edi chodo in edi gi so eski nelo all the fire stations, the equipment, including the turnout gear, the training across Navajo. If we can bring a plan, a comprehensive plan, and I know that with this coming funding, we have about 2 years, and we have time to plan. And I'm sure that Chief Chi has a list of all the needs, including the Kayenta legislation that I dropped that I'm waiting for. It's been a few months now for the Kayenta fire station, and that's changing the tax code. Ako ARG bansis case. Di kut yago okodo do osh aslaha hotso ya. So if Chief Chi, and then also, and one other question would be to the controller's office. Can the upcoming, I know we don't have the full details yet, but if we can use the American Rescue Plan funds for ambulance, fire trucks, turnout gear, because they are the individuals, the first responders that actually respond back to everything, including COVID and COVID related. So that is definitely COVID related.
Brown.
So if these funds could be used for that. Yeah.
Oh, Honorable Brown, your time's up. Thank you, Honorable Brown. Moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours. Good afternoon.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Delegate James, for sponsoring legislation 0023-21. On December 24th, 2005, my family watched our family home go up in flames. My parents lost everything. They lost their home. They lost everything that was within their home. My mom's jewelry, all of our blankets. We are traditional, and we are Native American church. So all of our traditional paraphernalia, everything we lost. And that was difficult to see, and it was difficult to watch my parents go through that loss. I know that people always say that is that it's things that can be replaced. That is true, and we've learned that through the years. We were so thankful that nobody was taken from that fire, because it happened at 1 o'clock in the morning while my family slept, getting ready for Christmas Day. It was really devastating for me, for my family, and we go back now to where my mom lives, and we see an empty, hollow area in the ground where our home once stood. My mom was promised a home at that time by then president and also the council delegate, and she still holds on to that promise. And it's really, my mom is an elderly person. She believes in the government. She trusts what the government says, like many of our elders do. And so, when you go through something like that, something that's devastating like that, you have that, and you carry that with you, those memories. I think about, when that happened, we had a lot of our relatives by clan who came forward and who gave back to our family. Who traveled from all across the Navajo Nation to come and help my mom and my dad, whether it was with replacing items, with food, with blankets, or, in some cases it was even prayers. Nevertheless, we were very thankful for everything, for everyone who came forward. And so when I'm thinking about this legislation, I know that I represent the Shiprock community, but I know that many of our relatives live in the Ganado area, or in the areas that would be serviced by these fire trucks, by these firefighters. I say that I represent the people in my community. I know that I represent Shiprock community. There's always a discussion about, do we represent our chapter or do we represent our people? I represent my people. I represent my community of Shiprock. This council has set precedence with helping other businesses, as we did with the Chinley Nursing Home. We all thought about our elders at that time. We all made that connection. We said F, and we talked about the importance of our elders. I want to talk about the importance of F and what it really means. I know that, I don't have to know anybody in particular there in the Ganado area, but I know that there are many Betahni people there, many Hashkishni people there, many Ashiha people there, many Ashchi'is, the extended clans from that group. Those are all my relatives. And then I also have relatives, Kanchachitnis. Those are my husband's relatives. So we're all somehow connected. And when we're talking about, I always get confused because when we're talking about money, there's always arguments made about my community. What is my community or my chapter getting? I support this legislation because to me, this is helping the people. I don't want any other family, like their homes taken because of a fire. I live in the largest community on the Navajo Nation, the Shiprock community. And I remember my brothers and sisters saying that the fire trucks were parked there watching our homes go up in flames because the fire hydrant that was right next to my mom's house was dry. There was no water in there. There was no water in the fire truck. So they all stood there and they watched my mom and dad's home go up in flames. So there is also a lot of questions about the oversight. I will tell you, colleagues. Yes, am I out of time?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate the time. I do support this legislation, Shanala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, are there any other comments, questions on legislation 0023-21?
Chairman, Speaker,
yes. Honorable Otto,
thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I think as any question, so I think about Hasti, so my views have not changed. And definitely, we know that there is a fire district issue across the Navajo Nation. And, maybe it's time that the nation puts a lawsuit against the state of Arizona in relating to improprieties of not allowing funds to come onto the nation. A lot of the state revenues that come in services other areas in the state. And I always say this on council. This is the same concept that I speak of on the council, and I speak to projects in the Western Agency. Why is this like this? Why is this like this? Especially roads. And no, leave the project, not me. But we have ear tags on the Ha'ila. Well, you sort of like animals, and I believe we need to have a discussion with maybe our legal counsel and Department of Justice. See if we could bring a lawsuit on to the state of Arizona relating to state funding. We may not pay property taxes, but we Navajo Nation sends money to the state in revenues such as PPT tax, PTT taxes. 2018, about 22 million was sent to the state of Arizona. But then we didn't get not much back. Maybe $2 million on 860 road. But no, the rest of my time I yield to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that 2 minutes and 12 seconds to Madam Chair Charles Sutton. You accept?
Yes, I accept, Speaker.
Floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Honorable Otto. So, as I know that there has been some questions about the Oversight and Law and Order Committee. Colleagues, I will say that Law and Order Committee has been asking tough questions, and we have been holding our directors and supervisors' feet to the fire. Our committee has made the news more than any other committee because we have been accused of overstepping and micromanaging when we are only listening to the people who are saying, hey, Navajo Nation, you give thousands to millions of dollars to these programs, but we're not seeing the services being provided. We are asking those tough questions. We have brought the fire chief before us. In fact, I do recall Delegate Vince James and Ganado asked the fire chief if he could provide us some information on the services that are being provided to his community. And he also asked how much of the budget was needed to be able to serve his community. To date, we haven't received anything. What ultimately happens is, as a new delegate, I feel like what I have seen is when we start asking those tough questions, we have other delegates who jump in the way and say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't ask those questions. Leave them alone. Delegate Otto So makes it very clear every single time that our directors get paid more than we do as elected officials. Our directors get paid more than the president does. And we're not asking those tough questions about what is being provided. As far as the work sessions go, I am in support of that. But what happens, and I've said this before, is we call work sessions and there's only 6 delegates who attend. And it seems like it's the same old delegates who are there who want to get answers. And then we come to a legislation where it gets this far into the process and we talk about sending it back for a work session when we should be talking about, pulling these individuals before us and asking those questions and asking them, what can we do as council to provide, what can we do to support them? So with that, colleagues, I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Chair, Eugene So.
Speaker, I had texted my request back about 30 minutes ago. Delegate Nez.
I'm going to Honorable Eugene So. Chairman Nez, you have 2 minutes and 1 second on reserve time. I'm going to individuals who haven't spoke yet, and then I'm going to come back to reserve time. Chairman Nez.
That's fine, sir. Thank you.
With that, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Kori has ani company ingi anagere ben hat ashi hatet on deck at especially at the data, the fire department, police department, all that protects the people should be all number one on the Navajo Nation. Those should be everywhere. If we're going to grow, those need to be considered number one to protect us as we're growing economically and all others that we share with one another. Iso be hospital. The way that the Arizona because other like I said the other day is politics. Einanke Hala the Arizona is under at the House and the Senate. Republicans these largest in the House. Kodor Democrat or other they don't go nowhere. You remember how it was going in Washington when they were running it? There was that senator was running the whole government. Anything in the House would try to pursue any kind of bills, they don't get nowhere. That's how this Arizona is. It's in a special Katie. I live in a hot Katie. It's in a just the other day. Governor Ducey opened up no mess in Arizona, Alabama, which you don't need. That's his order, executive order. It's in a mess on the road that has created Governor Ducey that has it. So we have to understand it's mostly politics, based on the but we need to. I think we have some in the future. Next month we have a lot to be discussed in regards to that. Kushina khas kidney in Asian art by it on that. But the concrete and hot igi say and hot over every cases because it don't involve only one person. It involves a lot of people, and that's what I was voted for to help. Well, so speaker, and then I give my time to my daughter Eugenia. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, there's 2 minutes and 20 seconds that's been given to you by Honorable Eugene. So do you accept?
I do accept, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Honorable Eugene So for giving me this time to finish what I have to say. I know that there has been a lot of questions regarding this legislation and also who is responsible. And it feels like, when we start asking these questions, we start saying, well, even though these are our people, the state is responsible for them. I disagree with that. I think that as council delegates, we should be working for the people regardless of where they're at. And we should all be working together regardless of which state our people live in. In the end, we are all related, we are all connected, and we're all trying to address issues within the communities in which we represent. We do bring various legislations before us. I recall Delegate Nathaniel Brown brought a legislation to try to get a new court in his area, and there was a question of, whether we should be giving money to Kayenta Township. We have Delegate Vince James who's bringing this legislation before us, a very worthy legislation that's not only going to save lives, but also help to save homes. And I want to talk a little bit about our homes. On the Navajo Nation, we have a home crisis. Many of our Navajo people do not have homes. And for those of us who are trying to build our homes, when a fire comes in and it takes our home from us, we're left with nothing. Then we start back all over again with no assistance. And it's like our people are being volleyed back and forth. We volley them to the state and we say, go ask the state for assistance. The state volleys them back to the Navajo Nation and says, go ask the Navajo Nation for assistance. The council delegates volley them to the chapter house and say, go ask the chapter house for assistance. The chapter house volleys them back to the president's office and says, hey, go ask the president for assistance. At what point are we going to stop that volleying? And at what point are we going to say that we are here to help assist the Navajo people? So perhaps the question that we should be asking is, how can we help you, Delegate Vince James? How can we advocate on your behalf? How can we, do you want us delegates to go to Arizona State and try to advocate for you? So with that, colleagues, I would just like to remind everyone that we are here working for the people, and I'm ready to help anyone who needs help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on legislation 0023-21? If there's none, going once. Oh, whoa, hold on. Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute, 34 seconds.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
thank you.
Oh,
Arunana, not Arnold Senegi Kodo, or she had Nana Kodo, Arunana Kodo. When I spoke earlier, I was talking about making a directive. Do you want me to do that now or after the legislation? Mr. Speaker, reserve time.
reserve time at 1 minute, 14 seconds. Honorable Herman Daniels, I'm gonna come back to you after the vote on this because we already have a motion in place, and I can come back to you, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, if you could work with Office of Legislative Counsel at this time to make that directive, that would be helpful. With that, moving on down. Chairman Nez, 2 minutes and 1 second on reserve time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. Aroshananta. Nanta no Senegi. Dan hit is Chidan she. Konzatan Hios Carten here job, but the Hanado here yo Nehono. Khayda dojino, but then hit it on Nisage, to be Papa Honet Zara. All anil kon hit a ne yo any. Oh, dojini, but don't Mahalon Khan Sake, he gave or she's best Edisha. And I'm not Senegi. Hard at the best of her don't. Jute she has sendo. Then United today, I was respond earlier at the state of Arizona, Jogo, Aja the Baja out there. Then United to the gain away Apache County, Jen has Hanigate and Lair because Anigish Aspich at Irish Abaddon, Nadine, I have to could you go a San Juan County Commissioners this now? A quaggy, I guess, been United to the end. Deep base, okay, hunt, Nishigi, Beniga. So Tairo the Schneider. What I'm saying is, the Koro has your in the nail is. Even now, you had to, I would like to make a motion to table this legislation. I'd like to have a work session. Perhaps we can divide this CSN funds in 20 by 24. So we can go to UUFB and fund this. So I'd like to table this for 30 days to have a work session before 30 days to really see how if Apache County can help fund it as well. Thank you, Speaker. That's my motion.
Hey, with that, Chairman. Motion to table legislation 0023-21 no longer than 30 days. And until there's more, until we have a work session.
Second, Wanika.
With Apache County. And oh man. And with options for evenly distributing funding for the CHISN fund.
Point of privilege.
Yes, Honorable. Is that on? Honorable Otto So, is it you? Honorable Otto So.
Yes.
Yes, what is your
I
question?
wanted to, if we could get a response from Dana. We dropped a legislation request for a citizen funding allocation for 24 delegate region, and it's been at the Legislative Council, and I say it's about a year now. Let's see if we can get an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Yes, Ms. Barbara.
did you want to hear from me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Delegate So and Delegate Edmund Niazi both have requests in for, I think the amount is $60 million to be distributed through the CSN fund to delegate districts in a situation very similar to CAP 3518, which I think everybody is familiar with. That legislation got set aside at Legislative Council. I apologize for that, but it got set aside and not worked on when all of the CARES funding came up. As you're aware, that pretty much buried our office. If that is a request, I can move that to the top of the stack here at Office of Legislative Counsel, and I thoroughly support some type of work session on the CSN funding. One of the concerns Legislative Council has is, and I think it was pointed out by other delegates, we get individual requests for legislations that just serve one chapter, one area. This is much different than previous councils addressed CSN. Most of those were nationwide legislations. Not all, but the majority. So, yes, we will work on Delegate So's legislation. I support a work session and will be actively involved in that. And while I have the opportunity, I want to point out that our computers at Office of Legislative Counsel are extraordinarily slow today. So I think eventually we'll get your emails, but they are taking a while. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. That, colleagues, we do have a motion, a table motion in place for motion by Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, table legislation 023-21 for no longer than 30 days and schedule a work session with Apache County and create a plan to disperse CSN funds divided amongst the 24 delegate regions. So with that, colleagues, is there a second on this motion?
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Honorable James.
I just wanted to make that clarification that I did respond to Honorable Rick Nez regarding Apache County. Can I have time to respond back to him in English?
No. Not at this time, Honorable Honorable James. Moving on down, is there a second on the tabling motion? You can, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you 3 minutes if I do get a second, Honorable James. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by Honorable Delegate Daniel So. That, there's no debate on the tabling motion, but per our council rules of order, the sponsor has 3 minutes before we go into a vote. Honorable Bench James, floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and the members of the council. I'll go ahead and do it in English here. In regards to Chinaladam Rickness, you had a question in regards to the state and Apache County. Our former representative, Orlando Teller, did drop bills in regards to funding the Apache County Fire District. But within that time frame, when he did drop it, the speaker, the Arizona legislative speaker, did not assign the legislation, the bill, to a committee, so it just died. So that's where we did already address with Apache County, with the state of Arizona lawmakers. So I just wanted to make that point, and so I think if we go through this work session again, that will be the response and the answers that we will get, that we've already took the route and we've already done that route. Currently, we are also trying to make sure that a lot of the bills that former Representative Orlando Teller dropped, the bills are no longer being accepted under our new representative, House of Representatives, Jasmine Nygren. Because they are not in his name, so they have to start back all over with going through the whole process with certain bills. So that's the fight that we are doing now at the state capitol, and trying to make sure that a lot of the bills that our former Arizona House of Representative Orlando Teller dropped go due before these committees, but it's not happening. So just wanted to make that known, and I kindly request to see if the motioning parties can withdraw, because we went that route, and we just have to work closely with each other and see if we can get this legislation passed for the communities of many communities, and not only my communities, but other neighboring communities of my colleagues, Raymond Smith, Elman Begay, Kealan Begay, Edison Winika, because the Granada Fire Department does go into my colleagues' district areas as well. So just making that kindly request to withdraw the tabling motion, since we did already go through that route, and there were some of my colleagues that made that notice that it's difficult to go through the Arizona legislators to adopt and address a lot of our requested proposal that are under the state of Arizona. So just wanted to make that known as well. So kindly requesting for the withdrawal. Thank you, Ishahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, on legislation 0023-21, let's go to board on the motion to table.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I will read.
Honorable Elmer Begay, votes read. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knessbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knessbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knessbach-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Canal Colonna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
I vote
So
green.
did not vote. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
That's good. That's it.
Honorable
Thank
Eugene
you.
So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Hold up, order, speaker.
Honorable Edison Winika did not vote.
Eugene So, point of order.
I did not vote green. I vote red. Thank you.
Eugene So state that he is voting red on legislation 0023-21. I mean, tabling motion of 0023-21.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison
Green.
Winika. Honorable Edison Winika
Green.
votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Koenigsbach. Delegate Amber Koenigsbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 6 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On the tabling motion for legislation 0023-21. The vote is 17 in favor. 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, continuing on down.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could just ask, I'd like to also know what Apache County is receiving through the American Relief Act and the state of Arizona. Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez.
Those are the other 2 questions put on the agenda. What is Apache County getting from the ARPA? What are they receiving from the state? From the state's going to give the county some money from the ARPA. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll get that when we send out that notice to the Apache County departments when we pin down a date for the work session. I think there was a point of order, question of privilege. Daniel So, Chairman Daniel So.
Delegate Rick Nez, point of privilege.
Chairman Rick Nez, point of privilege.
Thank you. May we also invite Honorable Alton Joe Shepherd? Thank you.
So invite the superintendent. Yes, we'll put that in the request letter. Thank you, colleagues. That
A part of privilege,
Honorable
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead.
I'd like to also request Mr. Joe Shirley needs to come with Ambrose Shepherd at the same time. Speaker,
Okay, we will send that, add that into the request as well.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith. Speaker,
Vice
Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Sir, all respect to the request for this work session, if you invite two Apache County supervisors, that's considered a quorum on behalf of them. Therefore, you have to have one or the other. And that's why when I go down to the county during their Board of Supervisor meeting, I can get their information from either one or all of them. And I can't call them in a separate meeting with another supervisor. So please be aware of that, colleagues. Thank you.
Oh, under the Open Meeting Law or Open Meeting Act, I think. We'll look into that too. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Question of privilege, Honorable Vince James.
The members of the council. My question of privilege is there a provision in somewhere that indicates that if we do put legislations on work sessions, that a directive can be written for members of the council to be in attendance of the work session to alleviate only 3 or 4, 5 only council delegates showing up for the work sessions? Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, I have my years being a member of the council, I've never had a directive imposed on any of my colleagues or of myself specifically to be mandated at a meeting or at a work session. I can get some clarity from the Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, but I'm looking at it right now with Office of Legislative Services, and we're still looking at that. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Speaker, thank you. Looking through the rules and the code, we have not found a provision that, as far as work session goes, that requires all delegates to be in attendance. However, if council wants to vote on a directive to itself, they could do so. I just do not know the enforcement mechanism. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go to Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels, I did indicate I'd come back to you before moving on to the next legislation.
Mr. Speaker, legislation by years I mentioned making a directive. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to make that a directive to have Navajo Nation Fire Department Chief Larry Chi to look into all the fire stations on the Navajo Nation. Then nothing more cost on the car. You love it in the house. Either they which in the house. The reason why I say this is because we have funding. Based on that, I'm here from the federal government. So even as you could it's the these nations so you could so you could the budget at the ask I'd like to make that directive motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Hello?
Ms. Barbroff, or actually Honorable Daniels, did you email that directive over?
Mr. Speaker, where I'm at, I have a very little to no reception here. Even I'm getting emails, I'm having a hard time here. So Mr. Speaker, I haven't reached out to I haven't reached out to OLC. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, is there a time frame you want this back within the next 30 days?
Oh. Mr. Speaker, yeah, within 30 days, maybe at the work session, maybe have him give us a report during the work session as well, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So the directive is to the Navajo Nation Fire Department to look into all Navajo Nation fire stations on their financial status and provide a written report within 30 days. Correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. That, colleagues, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second on the directive?
Delegate Rick Nez, second.
Chairman Nez, seconds. That, colleagues, any
Speaker.
comments, questions on the directive?
Speaker, this is Otto So.
Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Kiambige. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Just note that what Mr. Fire Chief will make in his report will be only to Navajo Nation assets on Navajo, what he has authority over. He doesn't have the like anything relating to Pienta or Jato or the other fire districts that's not run by the nation. He wouldn't have that information on. But he'll probably provide what the shortcomings of the Navajo Nation is. So that's all. Just think about those things, Shamanta. Thank you.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Kiambige on the directive.
Based on a catch, Kodara Kudoshe motion lagi directive, maybe with a modification request that all those that provide of fire service, first responder, digit at a report the Navajo Nation Council in response to the listen. Not just only an update, but an overall strategic plan that they have, because the one thing that I like to hear of is how they're cooperating with these other fire stations or fire services that such as Ganado, and then maybe the New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona site, those outside entity and how they cooperating. The policy that they have in place, although maybe the update of the funding that's the last term down to Christian sales tax. Basically, how effectively are those funding being utilized and how much funding that they still have. Not necessarily just the a directive getting the report, but more of an in-depth request of their full operation and further plan and expanding out. And I specifically like to request for the Chinle agency. Chinle agency request Chairman, Speaker, thank you.
The modification to include.
Hello?
Yes, colleagues, we are trying to put the language together. Sorry. And this Honorable Count gave, so this would additionally onto the language would add in including all fire service providers within the boundary, or including all fire service providers that are not run by the Navajo Nation government, but are within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation.
And which they also provide service to the Navajo Nation, and specifically also, Chairman, Speaker, is the area where Delegate Herman Daniel brings up, which is the jurisdiction where some of these services can't cross any within some county or state line. So those are some areas I believe that needs to be addressed as well within the report, Chairman. Speaker.
The language is include all fire service providers, comma, that are not part of the Navajo Nation, but provide services to the Navajo Nation. McKee.
That is my modification request, Speaker.
Okay,
Thank you.
with that, moving on down, modification back to Honorable Daniels. Modify to include that language.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I couldn't say at least because of that delegate KLMG Biga. Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
agree.
Thank you. That, moving on back, Chairman Rick Nez is a second. Are you good with the modification?
I concur, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the directive?
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James.
I have not received the email of the wording. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Serve your time at 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
Speaker, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So on the directive.
On the directory also needs to know the status of the district change. They're changing the county, Apache and Navajo. We need that status also.
Into the Navajo Nation fire stations on their financial status, district status, and provided, comma, district status. Financial and district status. That's all you can put. Financial and district status. Okay, so this is a request to modify Honorable Daniels. It would be including the Navajo Nation fire stations and their financial and district status. That would be the additional language in there. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, I concur.
Chairman Nez.
I concur, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sending that out again, the updated language. Okay, with that, colleagues, this is the directive as of now. Directive to the Navajo Nation Fire Department Chief to look into Navajo Nation fire stations on their financial and district status and to provide a written report within 30 days. This shall also include all fire service providers that are not part of the nation or provide services to the nation. Any other comments, questions?
Delegate James.
Honorable James. 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
I had Honorable Herman Daniels for this directive, and then thank you also for emailing the wording to us. In regards to the wording here, where it says provided written report within 30 days, are we going to put 30 calendar days? I say calendar days due to the fact that the individual that we are sending this directive to and is an exempt staff, unless we're going to move it to business days. which in this case would be non-exempt staff, but the position that Department Chief, Fire Chief holds is an exempt position. That's my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 7 seconds. Usually when have studied this before, Honorable Vince James, 30 days means 30 calendar days. If we put for 30 business days, and then that's a longer time frame. So 30 days is equivalent to 30 calendar days.
Thank you, Speaker. And then, honorable members, can I make that request to include that wording 30 calendar within 30 calendar days? Thank you. Serve my time.
That 30 reserve your time at 4 minutes and 4 seconds, including 30 calendar days within 30 calendar days. That Honorable Daniels is request to modify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I kind of like that, Chairman Daniels. But what is it going to be? So to liaison, could I indicate could 30 calendar days? I concur, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ness.
I concur, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues. Any other comments, questions? There's none. Honorable Vince James, reserve time, 4 minutes, 4 seconds.
Thank you. We'll leave my time.
Okay. That, colleagues, ready to vote on the directive? Going once, going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green. Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canispa-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona. Honorable Panel Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Haney.
Halona votes green. Halona votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Haney. Honorable Jamie Haney. Honorable Jamie Haney did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Day votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto
I vote
So.
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green. Green.
Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugene Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is excused.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Carlson.
Honorable Carl Slater via text votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed, and 1 excused. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. 1 excused. Motion carries on the directive. All right, colleagues, let's continue on down on our agenda. We are on item number C, legislation 0028-21, sponsored by Honorable Helena, second by Honorable Edison Winika. Mr. Rico, if you could read the legislation into the record, we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0028-21, an action relating to an emergency for the Navajo Nation Council approving an allocation of supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $2,002,000 to the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services for COVID-19 related burial assistance, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act. There are no committee reports, as this is an emergency legislation. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
That's our motion.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Second, Daniel.
Second, Honorable Herman Daniels. Comments, questions?
Henyo.
Chairman Henio. That, Honorable Helena, you have 30 minutes on the board. 20 minutes, sorry. 20 minutes on the board for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Am I online?
You are.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, for listening to this legislation. This is important legislation that we need to move forward on. Of course, we can do some modifications if need be, but right now, since the onset of COVID-19 on Navajo Nation over a year ago, the Division of Social Services have been providing COVID-19 burial assistance and for the grieving families who lost their loved ones. In some situations, more than one family member were lost and imposed tremendous financial hardship crisis on the loved ones that are left behind. To date, Social Services received 1,519 COVID-19 burial assistance requests for the Navajo decedents who reside on and off the Navajo Nation for a total amount of $4,567,361.16. Of the 1,519 requests, 63 applications remain pending for the amount of $217,788, meaning that this amount has not been paid, for which funding has been in dire need. The Division of Social Services coordinates COVID-19 burial assistance requests that involves working directly with 40
mortuaries located in 10 states across the United States. In carrying out the task, the Division of Social Services simplified and streamlined an efficient process requiring only 2 documents of the decedent, which is a CID and a death certificate that was COVID-19 related. It is promising that the COVID-19 positive cases are declining, according to the Navajo Epidemiology Center. Daily data reports that the Division of Social Services daily need funding to support the burial assistance request that it receives. The Division of Social Services has completely expended all the resources of funding for COVID-19 burial assistance requests. Therefore, the Division of Social Services respectfully requests Navajo Nation Council to support legislation 028-3021. With that, Speaker, I would, if there are any other questions, I could have my agents come on to give their report as well. Speaker?
Thank you. Let's go to the floor. Chairman Henio.
I got a question too, Speaker.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, good. Can I to the Speaker name and because the 24th Nomination Council will lead a legislation appropriation of money. There was a memo sent from the President's office, Chris Bahe, to the Speaker's office, and it talks about appropriation and how we need to work together to come up with one big spending plan for the new money that's coming down. And there was a sentence in there that says that the President says he's not going to consider any appropriations for the time being until we come up with a plan to spend the money that was coming down from the United States government. So, Speaker, if you would explain that to the 24th Nomination Council as we sit here and debate. My thinking is that the longer, if that's the case, where he's going to be vetoing any appropriations, then we don't want to be spending too much time debating something like an appropriations bill like this when he's already sent a message over saying that he is not considering approving any appropriations. So, Ade, if you could explain that, Speaker, as the memo was addressed to you, I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. Hold on real quick. Chairman Henio, you have reserve time at 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Got the memo? Colleagues, just to respond back to Honorable Chairman Henio's question, if you see that there was a memo that was sent over yesterday at 5:35 p.m. And in that, it was from Mr. Christopher Bahi. It was addressed to, well, the memo itself was addressed to myself, Speaker of the Navajo Nation, but it also concluded two different areas. One of them was that he was talking about the supplemental appropriations and the American Rescue Plan. In there, it just states that as we move forward, it's important to recognize that we must carefully use our existing financial resources and optimizes its usage in the most productive way possible due to the changing economic times of reduced tribal revenues. In fact, we may face severe financial shortfalls in the coming years in governmental operations because of diminished revenues. To avoid this situation, I will no longer consider requested appropriations unless we address larger concerns. In that, larger concerns, if you remember a couple of months, colleagues, I take that as the only thing that he's talking about when he's talking about appropriations in that memo. I don't think he's tying the appropriations in with the America Rescue Plan. As you can see, that's a whole nother paragraph that's in there. So specifically talking on that paragraph, colleagues, let's take it back a couple months ago. I do believe in December, the president sent a memo over to council saying that he was not going to sign any appropriations moving forward until there was a permanent trust fund 5-year plan that was moved in place. Since then, there's been numerous different appropriations that have been signed into law. I take this as face value, colleagues, because we as the Navajo Nation government are one, working together with the president on the 5-year plan. We, again, are working with the president on trying to identify what we're doing on the Navajo Nation's comprehensive budget. So we met our obligation working together with the president. Now the president, again, trying to use a memo to force a situation that we're not complying or we're not working together. That's what I take that memo as. But I think we're working together better than we have been in the last couple of years. And in moving forward, colleagues, it's not up to the president to decide the appropriations of what we do and moving forward. It's up to this body to decide. If the people decide that we need to serve them and the people want us to go ahead and push forward for their requests, we have every right to do that, colleagues. You have every right to push any legislation that you possibly can moving forward. Now, this legislation that's currently being presented before us, I'll step back, colleagues, and state that this legislation was one legislation that we had discussed with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco, indicating that they wanted this legislation moved forward. This is a request from the President's office to have more dollars for burial assistance. Are they going to line item veto their own request to this response? Are they going to line item veto a request that's moving forward for additional resources for the criminal investigators? Are they going to line item veto additional resources that we're moving forward on veterans appropriations to fund the veterans program? Are they going to line item veto dollars that's going to help assist in us moving this nation forward through these shortfalls in these little pocket areas that we have in place in order for us to do better for our people? It's up to the president to use his line item veto authority, but it's up to this council to make sure that we hear the voices of the people who put us in these positions. And in that case, if there is every right by any of your colleagues, by any of my colleagues, by yourself sitting in your position here today to say that you can put the legislation moving forward, to state that you're going to do better, you're going to do the services, you're going to fulfill what the Navajo Nation government does, and that's working for the people. So if the president wants a line item veto anything, and he's saying that he's not going to approve anything from here on out, that means he's going to not approve the veterans bill. He's not going to approve this dollars for the burial assistance and anything else that's coming through the pipelines right now in order for us to really get honed in on extending some of these services that are territorial needs that have been in place not only before this year, but that will continue to be struggles in this administration in this functioning government moving forward do the closeout of the next 2 years that we work together, colleagues. So that's my closeout on that, Honorable Chairman Henio.
Speaker,
call.
Delegate Daniel, so put me in the queue.
With that, colleagues, moving on down, Honorable Otto, and then Chairman Daniel. So, Honorable Otto. Honorable Otto.
Speaker, Vice Chair, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Otto going twice. Honorable Otto going 3 times. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Chile, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. You know, when this burial assistance came, it was the 93-638 burial assistance. That basically was limited to 2,500. Then came the CARES Act, and the initial burial assistance was 2,500, and it only went to those mortuaries which were chosen, or basically had been designated, predetermined. And then we had constituents that chose other mortuaries that weren't part of this particular list. And those folks were denied. At some point in this whole process, without giving the public notice, without giving the council notice, that particular list was put to the side and it was opened up. And we're hearing nationwide. The other was there was never public notice that that funeral assistance would be up to 3,500. At the same time, now, after January 6, 2021, FEMA is saying that they have monies for burial assistance in the amount of 7,500. So in this aspect, what are we dealing with? I'd like to hear from the agent and how is the agent handling those requests that were previously denied that use mortuaries that weren't on the list, but now the list is nationwide. So how do we help those that were initially denied? And they have the records. They don't need us delegates to go back to our constituents and say, refile again. Those denials, they have the record at the agency offices. And as part of this action, I'd like to make a directive, Speaker. It's important that the folks that lost relatives be given monies where they reached into their own pockets when there was federal funding available. That is very unjust, unfair, and very, it has no place where the mother government is denying funds to grieving families. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Daniel So on that comment, and then also on a possible directive. Chairman Daniel So, there's two ways. One is to add a directive specifically in the legislation. The other one is to hold off until after the legislation is completed, and then I can come right back to you, just as we did with Honorable Herman Daniels' directive. What is your wish, Honorable Chairman Daniel So?
Thank you, Speaker. There is the danger that this legislation will be vetoed. However, if a directive is outside of the legislation, I think that would be the best way to, and that particular directive could not be line item vetoed or vetoed in any manner. It would be a directive to the Division of Social Services. So I will wait till after we act on the legislation.
Okay. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, if there's any way you could just put something together and send it over to Ms. Barbara so we can get that ready now, so we can go straight to that directive. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue down on the legislation 0028-21. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker Damon and Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and good afternoon, colleagues and those that are listening in. This question is to the sponsor or maybe his agent. Thank you, Honorable Halona, for introducing this legislation. My question is, will those families who use Navajo Nation COVID burial be able to claim Biden's COVID-19 burial reimbursements? That's one question there. And if so, will they be able to claim the entire amount of burial costs if the tribe paid for the majority of the costs? How does that work? How do you decipher that? How do you, because we're talking about funding for social services here. And so I reserve my time there, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Okay, with that, let me move on down. Honorable Vince James.
Donna Speaker, a member of the council. My question is going to be in regards to a work session that was scheduled with President on Monday. If I am correct, I'd like to make a tabling motion until after the work sessions to your 3 leadership branch to discuss this legislation. That way we don't view it as a veto. I think a lot of our Navajo families were affected by this, and the option that Chanela Honorable Raymond Smith is doing also regarding the reimbursement. A lot of our family did go that route to take care of their loved ones and to do those burials. So if we could, if I could get an answer in regards to the work session on Monday with regarding the 3 leadership branch, and also if it's not in there, if we can input these information, because I think that memo that was sent to us, that letter that was sent to us, specifies and spending some of these funds that are coming through as well again. So I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at both James, 3 minutes, 36 seconds. So motion to table this legislation until, I guess you would say no longer than 30 days, but until we get a update report from the Navajo Nation president, and that could come as early as Monday, December. I was thinking it's December, it's snowing. March 29th, is that 29th? Correct? Honorable Bench James?
Oh, that is correct, another speaker. Thank you.
No longer than days, get an update from OPVP on clarity regarding his memo dated March 20, what's yesterday's date? 25th. That's it. Tabling motion on legislation 0028-1 for no longer than 30 days. And the purpose is to get an update from the Office of President and Vice President on clarity regarding the memorandum dated March 25th, 2021. Is there a second? Once.
Delegate So.
Water so. Okay, with that, colleagues, going back to the Honorable Helena, you have 3 minutes on the board for a tabling motion at council. The floor is yours, and then I'll go straight to the vote.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the True and Fourth Navajo Nation Council. I think, in my opinion, I think we still need to move forward with this legislation because in the beginning, when I did hear that we were having trouble with funding and that it was running low for the burial assistance, I reached out to the executive division before I submitted this legislation. At that time, they informed me that they were looking for funds to see if they could move some money over there. And at a couple of days later after that, when I checked back with them before this legislation was ready, they had informed me that they couldn't find any funds in that enormous amount, which we were requesting from social services, and that to go ahead and run it through a UUSB, put it on the council session and see if we can get it approved, and that they would be in favor of signing the legislation. So I already reached out to the executive division, and I did not get any negative response from the executive division. Therefore, I think we need to go ahead and move this legislation forward. If he vetoes it over there, then it's going to be on them to find money to put into this burial assistance. And it's already been informed to me that they didn't have the funds over there that they can move over. This is the reason why we're going this direction. So with that, Speaker, I respectfully request to deny this request and that we move forward with this legislation. I ask my colleague to look into this and think deep and hard about it, because those people are out there are waiting and pending on the paying for their loved ones' burial costs right now. As I stated, there was over 60 families that are on the waiting list right now. So they're out there in limbo, and if we hold off until another 30 days, then that's just another 30 days that they're going to be out there in limbo. You all know that a death in the family is a traumatic experience, and some of these families, they're not only one person, there's 2 or 3 people within the same family that have deceased from COVID-19. So we're not, and we're just making it worse and harder for them to cope with this situation. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to not to vote for this and to move it forward. Thank you. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lona. With that, colleagues, go to board. Tabling legislation 0028-21 for no longer than 30 days and get an update from OPVP on clarity regarding the memorandum dated March 25th, 2021.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay via text votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm going to vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Speaker, hi. Can I get a clarification what we're voting on? I apologize. My phone died.
We're voting to table legislation 0028-21 for no longer than 30 days and then get an update from the Office of President and Vice President on clarity regarding the memorandum dated yesterday, March 25th, 2021.
Okay. Speaker, I will vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Cheat. Oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas
I vote
Walker
red.
Jr. Honorable Thomas
I
Walker
vote red.
Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown does not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 5 in favor and 16 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker Kealan.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 5 in favor, 16 opposed. Honorable Kealan Begay, point of order.
Point of order, Speaker. I'd like to change my vote from green to red as well. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. So with that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 4 in favor and 17 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. 4 in favor, 17 opposed. Motion fails.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
Put me in the queue box, or if no one is there, I'd like the motion to seize debate. Call for the question.
Chairman Edmund Yazzie will put you back in the queue box on the main motion. There's 4 in favor, 17 opposed. Motion fails. Going back to the floor. I have Honorable. Hello?
Speaker, this is Delegate Chelsea. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to say, Speaker, that thank you for excusing me. Colleagues, I just took part in the Tribal Interior Budget Council call regarding the funding formula for the Navajo Nation. Speaker, both myself and the Navajo Nation President were on the line. Speaker, on behalf of Navajo Nation Council and also Navajo Nation, since I am chair for the Public Safety and Justice, I did ask that the funding formula regarding public safety and justice, that the land base and also the enrollment data be considered when funding is coming down from the BIA. After I spoke, the president spoke as well, and he shares the same sentiments as well, Speaker. So I just want to share that with my colleagues and let them know why I was excused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I am back on the floor with on the main motion of legislation. If you're just joining us, we are on legislation 0028-21. It's a legislation sponsored by Honorable Pernell Holonas, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Wanika. I do have in the queue lined up Honorable Vice Chair Slater, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Chairman Yazzie. So with that, Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Speaker, could be put me in the queue, Kealan.
Speaker Damon.
Hello?
Speaker, has the protocol changed for how we request to speak?
Order. Speaker, Otto So.
Honorable, hold on, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Point of order by Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. Requesting to speak. I've been texting into the numbers to speak, and just would like for you to recognize that. I believe that's what you have on your meeting announcement. Please refrain to see if you can get delegates to text you or text that number to request to speak. That way we're not speaking over each other. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable, so we did get your text, and we did call on you previously, but there was no response. So we did put you at the back at that time, so you are back in the queue. Colleagues, if you are requesting to speak, there is the number you can text in, and numerous of you do that. So, but we have had individuals requesting to speak over the Zoom conference too as well. Honorable Slater, what? And that number was sent out again at 10:23 to all the colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, I'll come back to you. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment. I reserve my time.
Okay. Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Mr. Rico, you read the amendment into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council. Amendment number one on page 4, line 21, is our new paragraph as follows. New paragraph C underscore. The unreserved undesignated fund balance shall be reimbursed for any eligible expenditures set forth in this legislation from any FEMA reimbursements and or other federal funding, specifically including additional congressional appropriations for COVID-19 related relief made available to the Navajo Nation and underscore. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. There's a motion for amendment number 1 on legislation 0028-21. Motion is by Honorable Slater. Is there a second? Going once?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? That was sent out at 1:55 p.m. Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times. Scoreboard on amendment number 1.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Almer Begay Jr.
I'll vote green. Delegate Begay. Elmer Begay.
Honorable Key Almer Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Almer Begay votes green.
Honorable Key Almer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Virginia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Canal Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nair.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nair votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
I
Charlene
vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Eugene
Delegate
So.
Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 1. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on back onto the main motion. I do have next Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, adult members of the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation relating to the burial system is a good legislation, and I guess the timing of where it's at council now, and then we get the president's memo. That way he could sign off on the legislation that he had obligated to sign. But with his memo being out and this out 2 days ago, and this legislation at council now, there's a possibility, it's a 50-50 chance that he's going to veto this legislation. But if he signs this legislation into law, he won't back against his word. The other is that there's a lot of families out there dealing with COVID deaths, and especially the families that experience a COVID death after November 20th, because that's when all those funds were reverted to the hardship account. So, a lot of those families are they reached into their own pockets to cover those costs. and but anything to help them is fine. And then with the amendment that just happened, recouping the cost, that's fine. So the other is that I guess with the mortuaries out there, I don't know if the program is still selective. There was a Navajo family that took their family member, their loved one, to a mortuary in Flagstaff, and the nation sort of didn't work with them. They said, "Oh, we don't work with them. They're not a contractor." And that Navajo family had to reach into their own pockets and cover their costs for that loved one. But that to me it formed as some sort of discrimination from the Navajo government upon its own Navajo citizen who was deceased. Did not no dollars was moved to help that family from either the BIA fund or the COVID dollars. So but I did bring this issue before HES at one point. And it was a person, and that person wasn't from Tuba City. He was a coal mine chapter resident who was a relocatee, registered coal mine, and he relocated out to Flagstaff. So the family, it was very troublesome to hear what the program offered to that family. They just told him, I'm sorry for your loss of your loved one, but we can't do anything for you. But thank you for being a Navajo citizen. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time, Honorable Aroso, at 50 seconds. That, moving on down. Chairman Edmund Yazi, floor is yours.
Speaker, sir, members of the council, everyone that's listening, staff, I motion to cease debate on this legislation, get it voted on and send it across. Sir.
Second, Winika.
Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazi, this legislation we've been discussing for almost 1 hour. With that, there's been six of our colleagues who have spoken, and the swing shift is all to one side. There's no opposition on the other side. So at this time, Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazi, there still can be a healthy debate, but there hasn't been any opposition to this legislation. So because of that, there's no opposition. We've been discussing this for almost an hour. I'll recognize your cease debate.
Thank you.
Second by Honorable Edison Winika. That, colleagues, cease debate is non-debatable. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince
Green votes
James.
green.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, it is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown via text votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspah Crotty did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Green votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Mr. Speaker,
Okay. Thank you.
18 in favor and 3 opposed.
Thank you, colleagues. That 18 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting. It was 2/3 of the voting party. So we needed 14 members, so 2/3 passed. With that 2/3 vote passed on legislation 0028-21 to cease debate. That, colleagues, go to the board on legislation 0028-21. Is the main motion with, we got a second reading. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 4, line 21, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph C, the unreserved undesignated fund balance shall be reimbursed for any eligible expenditures set forth in this legislation from any FEMA reimbursements and or other federal funding, specifically including additional congressional appropriations for COVID-19 related relief made available to the Navajo Nation. 2, renumber re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, go to board on legislation 0028-21 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay via text vote screen. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen vote screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Point of order. I vote green. Key Allen.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green.
Thank you.
Honorable
Point
Paul
of order.
Begay Jr.
Continue voting. Thank you, Honorable Caleb Gave.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaspot Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaspot Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is your door? Say ahead. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Delegate Yellow have votes green. If you count my vote.
Yes, we did count your vote, Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you, Kat.
With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting on the main motion with one amendment, 0028-21. Final authority is here at council, but we send that over to the president for his approval. That, colleagues, let me go on back to Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, did you still want to move forward on that directive?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I do. Because as you heard, Honorable Otto So talked about one particular family. There are others that I'm aware of, and some that were in my district. And I'm sure it occurred for other folks, because some of the mortuaries that were listed basically were overwhelmed at one point or another, and they had to basically use other funeral homes or mortuaries. So with that, Speaker, I would like to make a motion to basically include the directive. Ms. Barbroff has drafted it, and I had okayed it, and I was hoping that Office of Legislative Services had already sent out that directive. So that would be my motion.
Speaker, if I may, to alleviate some confusion.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. I misunderstood Chairman So's request, and I drafted his request for a directive. I drafted it as an amendment. But the language will work just fine for a directive. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, change it to directive then. So the directive then will be this: the division of natural, the directive to the division of the social. Go ahead. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Rico to read right now.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Council, the directive would read, directive motion to the Division of Social Services. The Division of Social Services shall fund or reimburse the individuals/families who were denied burial assistance because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries. Additionally, families who were originally funded $2,500 shall be eligible to be funded up to the amount of $3,500. Mr. Speaker.
Can you hear me now? Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Chairman Daniel So on the directive. Is there a second?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, on the directive, is any comments, questions?
Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. Can you email that wording? Reserve my time, thank you.
Yes, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 54 seconds. That was just sent out just now. Is there any other comments, questions at this time on the directive? Madam Chair Abercrombie.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, just not seeing the language, Speaker. So there's a limit that social services was able to provide families who use the mortuaries that were contracted. I just need clarification on the language. Is the intent of the directive to provide that type of support to the families who were not able to use a mortuary who was contracted? I just need a little bit more information, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Put on here. Right, so do it. Right above here. Right above there. Madam Chair, Amber Cruddy, sorry, I was talking with staff and colleagues. That directive was sent out, Madam Chair, did you get it? It was sent out at 4:27. Oh, and you have reserve time, Madam Chair, Amber Cruddy, at 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Did you receive the email? Madam Chair, Amber Cruddy? Let me go back to the sponsor. Any further response on the directive or questions by your colleagues? Chairman Daniel, so.
Thank you, Speaker Otto Shamayaja, the Honorable Amber Crotty. Basically, from approximately May of 2020 to sometime in January of 2021, Division of Social Services was only allowing funeral assistance, burial assistance to the mortuaries, 16 of them that were listed, because they had previously contracted for the 638 burial assistance. So they were just using those and making the families use those. But there was other families that had, let's say, Indian Health Service or 638 facility sent a COVID virus infected individual to Phoenix, and then they passed. So the families chose a facility that was not on this list, and they were denied. And those families had to reach into their own pockets, much like what Brother Cecilia Otto So relayed. And so that was the end of story. But then along the way, we find out Division of Social Services starts allowing payments to go to other mortuaries that weren't on the list. And no public notice was ever given. The other part was the original 2,500 level, they increased it to 3,500, again without public notice. So some of the folks that first got assistance, they're basically shortchanged. Also, those that were denied originally have been shortchanged. As we know, the 2,500 or the 3,500 does not cover the whole dollar value. And families in some cases had to reach in for 10,000, 12,000, while other families got assistance originally with 2,500. Then the folks farther down the calendar year then got assisted with 3,500. And what this directive is, the intent is to treat everybody equally. To say the ones that were originally funded at 2,500, give them that amount that puts it to 3,500. Those families that footed the entire bill for their funeral of relatives, loved ones that were originally denied, give them that 3,500. That's the intent of this directive. Shimayaja and members of the Navajo Nation Council, that is treating everybody as a fully enrolled Navajo, a fully enrolled, having equal access to the COVID relief funds or the FEMA funds that were originally used. Speaker, that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that response, that, colleagues, are there any other further comments, questions on the directive? Let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and the members of the council. I would like to hear the information from Division Director to see if they are able to reimburse these individuals. If they're not able to, I think they would have to work with the Office of the Controller. So with that, I would also like to hear from Office of the Controller, our Controller, Kurt. If not, I know there are agreements that are set in place with the mortuaries, and I would like to also hear from Department of Justice if the agreement does specify that with those mortuaries and how reimbursements can happen back to these families and individuals that paid out of their pocket. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Vince James. That we are reaching out to Ms. Nezukishi, to Madam Controller, and to Madam AG. I don't know if we already have. Is Ms. Kichi on the line already?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I got a question of privilege.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, your question of privilege.
Well, thank you. Question of privilege is, we're talking about the directive, and that's a action item to put on. Now we're calling in folks to testify or to give a report. And how does that play into the directive? Because the directive is just given an order or for the whoever is being directed to do accordingly to what the directive is.
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, we can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now,
yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
My question of privilege is, this directive should be just voted on rather than call in folks. And it's up to the council to either vote on it or vote it down. And once it's voted in favor of, then that directive goes to whoever's being directed to do whatever the council wants to do. That's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you on that, your question of privilege, but in this case, one of your colleagues is asking for more information so that they can make a decision on this directive. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, this is not something new. We have done this before in the past, and it's held as a motion on the floor. And as long as each individual delegates want to raise or have time, as each one of us is delegated 5 minutes under every motion in order for you to execute and get a response from either the presenter or response or a question to one of your colleagues or a question to somebody regarding the discussion. So that's the reason why this is still in order to get that information for Honorable, in this case, Honorable Vince James. With that, is Ms. Gishi on the line? Is Madam Controller on the line? Is Madam Attorney General on the line? Honorable Vince James, we have reached out to them. We don't know if they're going to come on, but we have reached out to them and they are well aware of that. Moving on, Honorable Madam Chair Amber Crotty, on reserve time, 4 minutes, 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I was going to ask, and I appreciate Chairman So expanding the intent of the directive. If I could ask for possible modifications to clarify that after the first sentence, approve mortuaries, that we add up to $3,500 period. It's my understanding that that was the maximum that was allowed. I just want to be clear so that especially families who are requesting or should be, and I agree, should absolutely be afforded some type of compensation. I don't think the intent is to fully pay for the expense, but to give the maximum amount that was provided to other families who have experienced a terrible loss when it comes to COVID. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Okay, so the request to modify, then we would strike out additionally families who were originally funded 2,500 shall be eligible to be funded. And what it would now say is that the Division of Social Services shall fund or reimburse the individuals/families who were denied burial assistance because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries up to the amount of $3,500. Correct, Madam Chair? Member Crotty?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yes, that's my suggestion for clarification. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Chairman Daniel So, there's a request to modify.
Speaker, this is Deanna Neswick-Gishi, if you have time.
Thank you, Ms. Neswick-Gishi. I will come back to you here shortly. With that, Chairman Daniel So, is a request to modify.
Yes, I agree with the language, additional language.
Okay, with that, Honorable Paul Begay, you good with the language?
Between assistance and because, and then after mortuaries?
Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Gay going twice.
Speaker,
Yes.
I stepped out for a while. What was what am I being called for? I'm sorry.
We're modifying the motion. You're holding the second on the motion.
Yes, I concur with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Modification on the motion has been accepted. So you go back to that. So
get rid of the oversight and put that up to the amount of 3,500 after mortuaries. So it's like.
Madam,
Yeah.
colleagues, this Office of Legislative Services is saying the language is not correct on the modification. Madam Chair, I have to go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, in the language, we struck out additionally. Can they see this on the screen? If you can see this on Zoom, it says additionally, families who were originally funded 2,500 shall be eligible to be funded. That language is stricken out, but here at Office of Legislative Services are saying that that's not right. It should just, what did you say? Mr. Rico?
Mr. Speaker and Madam Chair Crotty, the way I'm reading this directive, there is two parts to it. According to Madam Chair Crotty's modification, you have the part where it says Division of Social Services approved mortuaries, and Madam Chair Crotty wanted to add up to the amount of 3,500 after that. There's a second part to this directive. Additionally, families who were originally funded 2,500 shall be eligible to be funded up to 3,500. So there's kind of two parts to this, and we're trying to clarify that. Is that correct, Madam Chair Crotty?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Thank you. Sorry, I was talking while I was on mute. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I don't believe she's on the line anymore. Chairman?
Yes, thank you. Honorable Chair Amber Crotty did not say delete language. She just asked that additional language be added to the first sentence. And I consented. I did not say overstrike the subsequent sentence.
So the modification is this now then. Is after mortuaries, you're gonna put up to 3,500. That's the new language.
Yes.
Additional families who were originally funded 2,500 shall be eligible to be funded up to the amount of 3,500 is also in there as the next sentence.
Yes.
Chairman, you're good with that?
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
consented to.
Okay. Honorable Paul Begay, you're good with that too as well? Where was it?
Yes, Speaker, I'm good with that.
Thank you. With that, it seems like Ms. Nezugishi is on the line. Ms. Nezugishi, did you hear the question that was raised by Honorable Vince James? Good afternoon as well. Ms. Nezugishi, you might have to press *6.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Deanna Neswood-Gishi, Division of Social Services. Yes, I have been listening to the conversations all the way back to the first additional comments regarding the FEMA reimbursements. And so right now we did have a meeting last week. We did provide talking points for President Nez. He did provide some remarks in that area because how FEMA is looking at it is that the individuals would have to apply on their behalf of their decedent. They'd have to do an online portal. They'd have to upload the invoice of what they actually paid. So they would not be like getting paid what the Division of Social Services or other donations that were made. They'll look at specifically on the invoice, which we do have copies of those. They will also have to provide a copy of a death certificate as well. So they would not be reimbursed the full amount because the invoice that was received from the mortuary does indicate $3,500 if it was COVID-19 related. So it would not, they would not get the full amount. But President Nez did advocate that the FEMA should be giving the Navajo Nation back funds that were paid out for the decedent who passed due to COVID-19. And as well as the other tribal leaders had that same remarks as well. But nonetheless, FEMA had came out with their instructions earlier this week that it would be an individual applying on their own behalf. So I'm currently working with Department of Justice as well as Deputy Chief Milton Bluehouse. We're still trying to appeal that we should be able to get reimbursed, the Navajo Nation be able to get reimbursed for those funds paid. So hopefully that clarifies the question. And then regarding the contract mortuaries and non-contract mortuaries. So Social Services did have the regular non-COVID-19 burial assistance under Public Law 93-638. And that amount is set by the Assistant Secretary. That has always been $2,500. And so when COVID-19 came in, the BIA Public Law 93-638 came out with the COVID-19 burial assistance funds, and that's where the Assistant Secretary raised that to $3,500. So that one required the certain mortuaries, the 11 contract mortuaries, because that's what the regular burial assistance was used for. So we knew the need was higher. We did have various oversight meetings as well that so it's not conducive to use only the 11 contract mortuaries, and those had been ongoing for many years. So we did work with OOC to work with them that we should be able to pay directly on behalf of decedent, because we are not entering into contracts with the mortuaries, it's the family themselves, and that we would be paying on their behalf $3,500. So that did take a while in the beginning of the pandemic. So we were able to revise our vetted burial assistance guidelines to do the 3,500, and it was not required to use a mortuary that has a contract with social services. And we were able to not only work with individuals who were on Navajo, and so this became open to any Navajo at this point throughout the United States, to where if they had a Navajo's CIB and the cause of death is related to COVID-19, which is verified by the mortuary, they send us the document, and that's where we have been assisting individuals not using any specific contract mortuary. So we did provide an update to President Nez as well yesterday. So we have 3 different funding sources. One of them is the regular Public Law 93-638 burial assistance, non-COVID related, and that's still at $2,500. We also received the Public Law 93-638 COVID-19 burial assistance, and with that one, they started using contract and non-contract mortuaries as well. So for the 638. They did assist 298 individuals on contract mortuaries for $963,848.17. Now, for the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, we had been able to assist 958 individuals using the same contract mortuaries as the 638 for $546.20. Non-contract mortuaries using the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance, 161 decedents were assisted in the amount of $526,855.30. Please note that Division of Social Services did not get any funds allocated from the CARES Act. So we had to reach out to Department of Health for some of their general funds. We also had to work with Department of Health, the Epicenter funds as well. We also reached out to Office of Vital Records. They had some CARES Act funds, and so what we would do is do the case management part of it, take the paperwork, complete the request for direct payments, and then hand it over to whomever had the funds. And so this is where it started to become a problem that we didn't know what was being paid out because we didn't have any funds at all. So we were doing the work. There's only 2 of us, my administrative assistant and myself, because we could not have all these additional duties on other individuals. So I thank you for the passage of the COVID-19 burial assistance for the UUSB. I'm grateful, thank you, that we will get that in our funds, general funds, so we can monitor it more closely. And then regarding the directive, so we would be looking at those specifically. I'm assuming that were COVID-19 related, that those were all approved up to 3,500. Some of them had utilized cremation services, and so those were not at 3,000. So we went by whatever the invoice that we had received for those payment amounts as well. So I just want to provide that clarification. And so when Honorable Daniel So or Honorable Otto So, are talking about individuals that were not assisted, I believe that was in the beginning of the pandemic. And that's when we only had the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance, and that's where they initially were only using the contract mortuaries. But we have used mortuaries in Oklahoma, California, South Dakota, Texas. So we have been working with many Navajo citizens, even if they do not reside on Navajo Nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the, thank you, Speaker, as well as members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. That concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gishi. Colleagues, let me go back to the floor. With that, go to Honorable Keon Begay on the directive.
Speaker, the report from the Social Service raises more questions, but with this directive, I'm not sure how much it will be if she's saying that she doesn't receive enough funding. But the main purpose that I wanted to speak on this amendment, which I would need your guidance, Speaker, if I need to make another directive regarding veterans. I think all veterans, we don't want to really distinguish, put our Navajo people in different categories to get assistance, but I think veteran administration is not doing enough to really help all of our veterans that are passing as well. There's a lot of benefit for our veterans out there. Maybe request the Veterans Administration to provide a written statement specifically. That way, the Navajo Nation don't deplete their funding for other non-veterans. So, there's a lot of benefit that comes directly from the Veterans Administration. And I know that it takes the effort by the family and the surviving spouse or kids to initiate the paperwork. But a lot of our veterans families don't know. They resort to the social service to some extent for our veterans for the family to defray the cost of the funeral expense. But yet we put the family in a situation to scramble to get funding to bury their loved one, especially a veteran. Our Veterans Administration right off the bat, if they had resort to the Navajo Nation for financial assistance, that eliminates them from getting any financial assistance from the Veterans Administration, and only because that the Navajo family didn't realize or don't know how to go about in getting the financial assistance from the United States Veterans Administration. So, I would probably, if the Veteran Administration can't handle it, maybe the Social Service also pick up that particular services for our Navajo people, especially our veterans who pass. A resource and guide them where they need to go, and maybe even working with the mortuary, asking them and telling them that, we don't want to exhaust our funding for much needed family for veterans. So those are some options I think that the mortuary really needs to do in working with the family and then working with the Navajo Nation. So that's my request to the amending party to see if they could be, if he could be able to say that, to include that further, that the Social Service and Veteran Administration to provide an update, a report on how they coordinating in helping a deceased veteran and the deceased family in putting loved ones away. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. In doing that, Honorable Keelan Begay, I guess my suggestion, if you're asking for direction, is that one, develop a directive, and that directive can come back after we discuss legislation 0048-1. If you send that information over to Ms. Barbroff, her and her team can help develop that directive. That would be my suggestion, Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker.
I'll take a step back, Speaker.
Honorable Keelan Begay.
Like I said, I'll take a step back.
Okay. With that, moving on down, Honorable Otto So on the directive.
Thank you very much. Sorry for blabbering out. I should have said I did an example on that. I'm sorry, guys. One thing is that I guess we had a discussion relating to the Veterans Trust Fund, and I would really like to see how much monies of that trust fund is directed to burial assistance for veterans, pertaining to the to what Honorable Keelan Begay spoke to. And then the other is that maybe we could link that those monies for reimbursement back into the Veteran Trust Fund, so that we could replenish the Veterans Trust Fund. And Mr. Keelan Begay is right. There's veterans out there trying to help pay for. Veterans and their families try to help to bury their loved ones, whether they're a veteran or not. But again, this fund here that we're speaking about, it's to service all Navajos, whether they're a veteran or not. But as long as they have a census number, they should be able to qualify for it and not have not be segregating. But basically that's how I'm saying this. If we have a census number, we're Navajo. So if a Navajo family, whether he or she might be a veteran or not, has gone through burying a loved one that's a COVID-related death, and they're looking for, and it could be, the funds could be reimbursed. That's fine. As long as you have a census number, that I think that all that matters. So yeah, thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes 55 seconds. That, moving on down. Any other comments, questions on the directive? If not, we go back to Honorable Vince James with the reserve time at 4 minutes 10 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. I also, Mr. Gishi, thank you for getting on the line. If you look at the directive, it does indicate that the Division of Social Service shall fund or reimburse individuals and families who were denied. So my question was, are you able to do that as a division? Are you able to reimburse individuals and family, or do you have to go through a process? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 37 seconds. We go back to Ms. Neswood Gishi.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Nomination Council. And for the question regarding the denial, I am the only one that received the Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance applications. And so all of the ones that we have received, there has been 0 denials. I am the only one that gets them every day. Some days we're getting 10 in a day. And so I have not denied any Navajo Nation COVID-19 burial assistance. The only two criteria is, again, that the cause of death is related to COVID-19 and they have a CIB. If they do not have a CIB, the family, we coordinate with Office of Vital Records, and so we work with them to obtain the CIB. Some of the questions or comments we receive from the families is that they don't have the decedent CIB, or it's in the home and the home was contaminated, that they didn't want to go in there. So we tell them, don't go in there, we'll work off Office of Vital Records. So there has been no denial. Income and residency is not a requirement for eligibility at all. So this may be pertaining, if there was a denial, it may be with the Navajo Family Assistance Services, who oversees the Public Law 93-638 burial assistance. That one does require income verification. Is for indigent individuals, meaning that the person cannot pay for the funeral expense. If they have life insurance, or if they do the GoFundMe or all these other areas, they may have that considered as income. The individual has to reside on the Navajo Nation.
Okay. Chairman Daniel, so Ms. Neswigishi, can you hold on real quick? Chairman Daniel, so point of order.
Speaker, we're starting to get into where, when the legislation was being discussed, Ms. Gishia's agent should have presented that. However, when she says she hasn't denied, I've got text messages from constituents. I've got emails. So that's the reason that this directive is going forward. For her to say I've not denied, that is not factual.
Thank you for the point of order. With that, this response right now is a direct response from one of our colleagues to make a decision on the directive. And as every delegate has a right to ask questions on any motion, and in this time frame, it's pretty much it's on a time frame. And in this, Madam Gishi, or Madam Ms. Gishi, the question at hand, if you could just answer the question, and then we can go ahead and continue on with the point in pushing to have the directive voted on. So thank you very much. With that, let me go back to Honorable Vince James. Was your question answered?
Speaker, thank you, members of the council. My question was not answered. My question is, if you read the wording in the directive, it says the Division of Social Service shall fund or reimburse individuals and families. Are you able to do that? Do you reimburse, or do you have to go through a process with OOC? Is my question. So or do we need to go back and reword the wording for you? Because right now it's stating that shall fund or reimburse individuals and family. Thank you.
Ms. Nezogichi?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, and thank you, Honorable Vince James, for the question, shall fund or reimburse. I would have to go back to Office of the Controller to see how that could be done. Thank you.
Oh, shoot. Can you hear me now? Okay, with that, moving back on the floor, moving forward. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you have 3 minutes, 23 seconds on the main motion for this directive. Madam Chair Amber Crotty?
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to, for this directive, thank you. It looks like there's also families that did not know that there was burial assistance available for COVID-related death. Is there a possibility, Ms. Neswood-Gitshi, for those families to get some type of compensation if they had already paid for the services? I need to know that to see how we can make sure this directive helps those families. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I think that question was just answered. There was a response on that. The reserve your time though at 2 minutes 49 seconds. Ms. Neswood-Gitshi, if you want to respond to that again.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Nomination Council, and thank you, Honorable Amber Crotty, for the question. Compensation. In our guidelines that were vetted by Department of Justice, we had put in there 180 days to apply for compensation. So that's an area. This would only be applicable to the Navajo Nation COVID-19 specific general funds. As stated earlier, when there's questions on reimbursement from other funding, like the Department of Health, Office of Vital Records, again, I didn't have any signatory authority in the area, so that's where I would have to follow back with them. But with the Navajo Nation COVID-19 general funds, that's an area that could be considered because that's in our guidelines. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 11 seconds.
Speaker, I'll wait for the second directive.
Okay, moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I really like the discussion pertaining to the directive. And I too can really say that while test to social service telling a family from 3 families within Tuba City vicinity no, and there were COVID deaths from the beginning, and there were, and I had to intervene. Ms. Gishi is aware of that, and these services that are provided is something that the council, you're supposed to provide those services for them. And leadership we shouldn't be stepping into these things to make sure things are the programs follow things through. And my constituents and my surrounding people were told that, and I had to intervene. And you're messing with people's mind when you guys tell them no. And then you start policing things such as, what else does the family have to do to resort to if the program tells them no? They go to GoFundMe accounts. Oh, and hoping that the money to bury their loved one would come up or appear magically. You can't sit around if you're in that situation. But again, again, thank you very much for this directive, and I waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arso. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. So let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Honorable Vince James.
Speaker,
Yes. Honorable Vince James.
yes, Speaker, the wording, you would make that modification with the wording?
Honorable Vince James, I could not hear you. Did you guys hear the change? Honorable Vince James, we didn't hear what you stated.
Okay, Speaker, what my request was to the motioning party to make the modification to that shall reimburse individuals and families. If we could indicate the process of what social services follows for the process, the actual process, because social service does not issue or print checks to individuals or families. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Yes, I go back
Speaker, this is Robert
to,
Roy from the Controller's Office.
I guess
hear
I
me?
go back to the Office of Legislative Counsel on the directive. There's a recommendation from Honorable Vince James for additional language to be modified, but he's asking for a recommendation on where that should be.
Thank you, Speaker. I do not know the process that Division of Social Services has to follow, but I think that from a practical sense, that what might accomplish it is to change the language so that it reads instead of shall, that the Division of Social Services shall, and dang it, now I lost it. Hang on just a second. That the Division of Social Services shall make all efforts. That's one way to do it. So you would say that the Division of, and I'm having a hard time finding the actual directive that Manuel sent out. I don't know where it went. But what you would be saying is the Division of Social Services shall take all steps necessary to ensure funding or reimbursement to the individuals and families who were denied burial assistance. Wait, I just got it from Manuel. So the directive to the Division of Social Services. The Division of Social Services shall take all efforts to fund or reimburse, and then you would go on, and by taking all efforts, I think that are making all efforts, I think that's a way around it that puts a responsibility on them, not necessarily to fund, but to take all steps necessary to get it funded and get those checks dispersed. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm back on the call.
Hey.
Somebody got dropped.
That, Honorable Vince James, is that taking the recommendation from Office Legislative Council? You would, right after shall, new language would say take all efforts.
Okay, yes, that is fine.
Okay, thank you. With that, Chairman Daniel So, there's a request to modify.
Thank you. I'll allow the modification. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Paul Begay, are you good with on the second for the modification? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay going twice. Honorable Paul Begay going 3 times. Colleagues, I don't have a second. Chairman Daniel So, I don't have a second. Colleagues, I don't have a second on the directive to the Division of Social Services. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Slater, you good with the directive as it states? Hey, we're good. That moving on down. That moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. 2 minutes and 49 seconds on the directive.
Thank you, Speaker, on the directive, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to ask, and I know that we're modifying this, but there are families who, because it says denied, but there was families that didn't know that services were available. What is some recommendations that we can do to help those families who can provide the documents and they did not receive any type of assistance in burying their loved one, their Navajo loved one who succumbed to COVID? Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 2 minutes, 14 seconds. So my question then, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, is this: if they didn't turn in an application, are they even eligible for a reimbursement? That would be my question. Or eligible for reimbursement of compensation?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
My response to Honorable Chair Shemayaza Amber Crotty, the new language that's underlined in update number 3 directive, the Division of Social Services shall take all efforts to fund. So that part, I think, opens the door for applications. And then after that is or reimburse and those that were denied. So I think that first phrase opens the door for the folks that didn't know about the fund that now, because all of this is revolving on the COVID-related deaths. And I defer to Chief Legislative Counsel. Do we, in this directive, shall we make reference to the COVID-related deaths to basically be more specific? Speaker, back to you.
Thank you. That's a question to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. What I would recommend, just so that we clarify everything here, is after the phrase, the individual families who, I would insert, did not apply for or were denied.
Not apply or were
You got it? And then after the word denied, I think I would include COVID-19 related. So I will read what I have in the complete directive so far. The Division of Social Services shall take all steps necessary to fund or reimburse the individuals/families who did not apply for or were denied COVID-19 related burial assistance because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries up to $3,500. Additionally, families who were originally funded $2,500 shall be eligible to be funded up to the amount of $3,500. That would have, with all the amendments that have been suggested, that's how it would read. Thank you, Speaker.
We got that. It's up on the board on Zoom.
Okay.
Okay. With that,
Speaker.
Chairman Daniel So, is that there was a request to modify.
Yes, I approve the modifications, and thank you, Ms. Barbara.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Second, Honorable Slater, Vice Chair. Good with the second. He's good. That, colleagues, going back. Nobody else on the board. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Thank you, speakers and members of the council. Can we hear a response from OOC regarding the directive memo and the wording.
Office of the Controller, are you on the line?
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Robert Willie, for the record, from Office of the Controller, Accounting Manager. I've been listening to the discussion. I believe the language is referring to reimbursement of individuals who went through the COVID-19 funeral type expenses and trying to get reimbursed for whether they applied or were denied, correct? That was the modification of the language, correct? I'll continue. The FEMA, which Social Services did bring up, does have this type of program. It's called COVID-19 Funeral Assistance, and it does have a website available. It talks to who is eligible and how to apply and what kind of documents you need. That type of process would need to be created by Social Services on this side also. It would probably be more efficient to utilize the FEMA because that's federal dollars and not utilizing the UUFB, in which it sounds like the president wants to preserve. So that is my comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 2 minutes, 14 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman So and Vice Chair Slater for this directive. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Moving on back. Everybody else on the board. Honorable Vince James.
Thank you
2 minutes,
again,
57
Speaker.
seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker, members of the council. So with the response from OOC, Mr. Willie, does that mean that we would have to indicate that on the directive that the reimbursement will be coming from FEMA, working something as FEMA / Division of Social Service? I'm trying to make this directive more of a notification to avoid our Navajo people going and doing the runaround or being asked, oh, you have to go through that route, or giving false hopes when we would have to eventually attack it by just hopefully by doing this one stop and one input and hopefully get a reimbursement right away instead of giving them the runaround. So that's the main reason why I'm saying, do we indicate that on the directive letter as FEMA / Division of Social Service? Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, serve your time at 2 minutes, 4 seconds. Thank you. With that, I'll go to reserve back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you. Regarding the request to include the language of FEMA, I defer to our wordsmith, chief legal counsel.
Okay, just a second. Let me think what I would do.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
You need some more time?
So I think, let's see. I think, Speaker, I still think that, thank you. I still think that the that the directive can be issued to the Division of Social Services. And what I would add in is after the first time burial assistance is used, so as we amended it, it would say, we're denied COVID-19 related burial assistance. Then I would insert through FEMA or other funds. Then the language would read, because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries up to 3,500. So the way the whole sentence would read, for whole first sentence, is the Division of Social Services shall take all steps necessary to fund or reimburse the individual families who did not apply for or were denied COVID-19 related burial assistance through FEMA or other funds because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries up to 3,500. I think that this reference expands it so the Division of Social Services being directed to, one, take all efforts to fund them through FEMA. And yes, I understand it's an individual type application process, but Division of Social Services can certainly establish some training materials on that or such. And this would leave it open enough so that it could be either FEMA funds or other funds. And by those other funds, you may be looking at some of the funding under the American Recovery Plan, if I got the name right. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Honorable James, are you good with the recommendation to modify so I can go to the sponsor?
John, thank you. Yes.
Okay. With that, Chairman Daniel So, there's a request to modify.
If my chair likes the language, I'll consent to use it. Yes, I approve the modification.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Slater? Who's good? With that, we go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else on the board, but I do have reserved time. Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
Now let's speak to our members of the council, and thank you for doing those modifications. And it's more clearer for individuals and families that were affected, of family members that had to deal with burial from the COVID. So thank you, appreciate it. Wait the rest of my time. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. That, colleagues, continue on down. I don't have anybody else on the board. No one else with reserved time on the directive. Are we ready to vote? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Ms. Rico, good. Second reading on this.
Mr. Speaker, direct motion directed to the Division of Social Services. The Division of Social Services shall take all steps necessary to fund or reimburse individuals/families who do not apply for or were denied COVID-19 related burial assistance through FEMA or other funds because they did not use Division of Social Services approved mortuaries up to $3,500. Additionally, families who were originally funded $2,500 shall be eligible to be funded up to the amount of $3,500. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
How about Green's delegate again? Elmer.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
The back door's open.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Boncardi.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Boncardi votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Boncardi votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Daniels votes green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. That, colleagues, continuing on down onto item number D. Under new business on our agenda. Legislation 0048-21, sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. With that, this legislation is a 2/3 vote, and this legislation, final authority here at council goes across the street for approval. Mr. Rico, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Motion.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0048-21, in action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabiki Ethnic Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending Council Resolution CN-88-20, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Comprehensive Budget, continuing the extension of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Budget through June 30th, 2021, sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. You have committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendment, no directive. Committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee with the recommendation that it do pass without amendment. The committee report from the Nabakiete Committee that the legislation pass and is referred to Navajo Nation Council with one amendment. Amendment number 1, on page 2, line 23, after 4, delete an additional quarter through June 30th, 2021, and insert 2 additional quarters through September 30th, 2021. On page 2, line 30, after on, delete June 30th, 2021, and insert September 30th, 2021. 3, on page 2, line 25, delete 3/4 and insert the full amount. 4, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we have a motion on legislation 0048-21.
Motion.
The you, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can't understand you sometimes. I mean, I can't understand who says it sometimes. Sorry, Chairman. Second by Honorable Slater. That does not be work. Once, any comments, questions? Going twice. Well, 3 times, go to board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canispa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canispa Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canispa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Green. Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, close. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elaher.
votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Elaher votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. On legislation 0048-21.
Speaker
That,
Damon?
colleague. Yes.
I'd just like to say thank you very much for the full support of the Navajo Nation Council. And we heard early this morning that the veterans are marching northward, and I just wish them good luck and Godspeed to them and keep them safe, and all the veterans throughout the Navajo Nation and all through the United States, and the families and those that are in active duty too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, we are moving on down on our on our agenda. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. If you're just joining us, we are in Navajo Nation Council special session. And we do have an approved agenda with us here. We just got done going over legislation 0048-21, which is item number D on the agenda. We're moving on down now to item number E, which is legislation 0012-21. This legislation is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. We did conclude with all the 2/3 legislations. We are now on simple majority legislations. So with that, when I go back and recognizing on our, before we go into getting a motion, let me go ahead and have Mr. Rico. Can you please read into the record the legislation 0012-21. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0012-21, an act relating to health, education, and human services, law and order, budget and finance, and Nabaquita committees and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the charter of the Neck College 10 NNC section 2001-2 to 2023. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, no directive. The Law and Order Committee recommended due pass with no amendments. The Budget and Finance Committee recommended due pass with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 on page 5, line 18, before instrumentalities, insert separate. 2 on page 5, line 25, at the end of the sentence, insert new language, and the Navajo Nation shall not be liable for any actions of such instrumentalities, financial or otherwise. 3, on page 20, line 14, delete ethics and rules and insert law and order. Amendment number 2, 1, on page 10, line 26, insert at subsection E, new language, underscore, must not have any felony convictions. Line 27, delete felony convictions, or new paragraph will read, must have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by a background clearance revealing no acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of appointment. 2, on page 18, line 25, delete entire sentence beginning, all officers of the college must have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by a background clearance, revealing no felony convictions as or acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of appointment. And insert new language, all officers of the college must not have any felony convictions. All officers must also have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by a background clearance revealing no acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of appointment. 3, on page 24, line 11, add and its entities. The new sentence will read, the bonds and other obligations of the net college and its entities shall not be considered to be obligations general, special, or otherwise of Navajo Nation. There is a committee report from the Nabikaeate Committee. Legislation was passed with no amendments and referred to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, on legislation 0012-21. Is there a motion?
Delegate Jane, motion.
Honorable Vince James. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, are we voting on this legislation? Questions, comments? And once. And twice.
Speaker.
Yes, Chairman Daniel. So,
Uh,
you have a question or comment on the legislation?
basically, I think Honorable Halona has an amendment that he would like to introduce.
Well, Chairman Daniel, so you have 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
Hakoshila, Akahatsatila, Ado, Sinantai, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado Legislative Staff, and Legislative Council and staff. Ado Kwaki, Edo Sidanas, Tears and Kwaki, Dino Saiki, Kato. This was on ye had Pada Tesla. Kwaki programs to departments the anahot auto is that asa ko kwagi yasato ko in the college to in the college board of regents sato nas nad dil khal nas nani khatole kwagi digi even not kwagi the college charter amendments kwagi Adaliato and Nacha I see. No safe totally. But I see 68 and 1968 and Ketolia. To the Queen the she. Kadin Bahnatanol de to Koe Nata Dahaslado, Quaggy Canado, Liado, Con Ake at AC the Bay. The Quishi, Nick Edo, ni Kizena, ni Telkant, ni J Kent, Alchin, Yak at the Nasdat, O Kachin A Tato, not Ani. Dan low A Quaggy be said, non mistake. What are A, they will try. Hutta hol trække ye qadet open til to nas to le så der khait out to le ge khagi undes cons to khagi stato patra bansesti to khagi kad ya title 10b so a chair or a designee serve on the Board of Regents. Ebenacha Quaggy, Isato, Nartos Cadaliagi, Nitato, Sertos Distia, Adokodo, President of the Board of Regents, Greg Bigman, Quado, Sato, Yahado Zeto, President Charles Monty Russell, Yahadotse, Adosin, Quaggy, Sato. BNF Yihadase Ato Anahot Ecuador Bida a Quaggy to amendment. Hajo Bansa has Kezo a Sato Mil Sosto list. A hotel a Sato Ado to cut this in the area le Torte. A hot hog of has uncut to only tonanis is the Ado. Is the do Quaggy to tell out Zangi to come Nipias and Dalka to Taho a Andal Nessa Quaggy Abatat Naho Ahoy Dalka to Oko a day Yasato Nhaba Honasendo Lakens when a Quaggy Sabi has Sito Lake. I couldn't at this point in time. I'd like to. Honorable Halona, mute your phone. Ado Quaggy President Bigman, Greg Bigman, as the agent. I'd like to refer the presentation to him, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So, for that formal explanation. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. But Chairman Daniel So, you said Honorable Halona. Are you, Honorable Halona, are you wanting to make an amendment? Or did you want to go to your agent first, Chairman Daniel So?
Since Halona's not answering, let's give my agent a few minutes to address the council. Perhaps that's when Honorable Halona will be back on the call.
Speaker, are you there?
Honorable Halona?
I'm trying to get this phone to work. I don't know.
Honorable Halona, hold on real quick. Honorable Halona, hold on. I'm still having a presentation by Chairman Daniel So and his agent, so I'm going to come back to you. You're going to be the first in the queue. But if you could just please remember to keep your phone on mute.
I haven't been on. I've been off. I just barely got back on.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Halona.
Thank you.
Chairman Daniel So. Your agent?
Referred to, yes, President Greg Bigman.
Mr. Bigman.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the committee. This is Greg Bigman, Yate, Shay, Greg Bigman, and Shea, Badan Inchland, Toa Gini Bush's Chin. And also thank you for the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So, and also Vice Chair Otto So for the sponsoring this legislation. We're making a request for an amendment. These amendments come from the legal counsel, Mr. Haven. There was some slight issue in terms of clarity concerning the removal provision, and so we provided language to Mr. Honorable Halona to help clarify that. In addition, there's also the second part, which is allocating where the new regions and how they will be positioned. So this is to avoid anything that may be confusing as well. So the amendment makes sure to clarify that in this transition process from the old charter into this new charter as well. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Speaker and members of the committee.
Thank you. With that, Chairman Daniel, so does that conclude your presentation?
Thank you, Speaker. Although members of the Navajo Nation Council, we're trying to make it short and sweet so that we can move forward. That would be the presentation. Thank you.
Great. That, colleagues, looks like we have we do have a motion and second, and let me go to the board, to the floor. I do have Honorable Halona in the queue. Honorable Halona, the floor is yours.
Give me a second, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. I think you just muted yourself again.
Okay. Oh, I need to see what that. Okay. That amendment I was trying to make for.
Oh, I sent it out. Okay.
Honorable Halona.
Yes, this is Doug Halona. I'm here at Ms. Barbara, trying to see where that amendment went to. But I know she sent it out.
You want Office of Legislative Services to read it into the record?
Yes, please.
Okay. Send out that that amendment, Mr. Rico. If you could read that that amendment for legislation 0012-21 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, amendment number 1 on page 2, line 20, insert new paragraph as follows. This will be new paragraph C, new language. If these amendments pass, the Board of Regent appointments will be revised as follows. 1, Teresa Hatali was seated with NABI JN-40-12 to represent Western Agency and will now serve in the position for business background. 2, Greg H. Bigman was seated with NABI AU-43-15 to represent Northern Agency and will now serve in the position for finance, accounting, and investment background. 3, Johnson Dennison was seated with NABI AU-42-15 to represent Chinle Agency and shall now serve in the position for the spiritual ceremonial knowledge. And 4, Sharon Todachini was seated with NABIF-31-18 to represent Fort Defiance Agency and will now serve in the position for expertise in higher education. End of new language. 2, on page 12, line 4 of Exhibit A, amend paragraph 2 as follows. This is modification to existing paragraph. 2, removal. All appointed regents serve at the pleasure of the Overstrike Navajo Nation Council and insert Nabakeetic Committee, and all appointed regents are subject to removal by Overstrike, which, and insert the Nabakeetic Committee. The Nabakeetic Committee may remove any regent when Overstrike Council, and insert the committee, determines such removal is in Overstrike when their judgment and Overstrike, the best interest of Diné College strike will be served thereby. The removal of the regent from the board may occur with or without cause to at a duly called meeting of the Nabakeetic insert committee for that purpose. The rest of the language is the same. Any designated member may also be removed from the board by a 2/3 majority vote of the Board of Regents at any special meeting of the board called expressly for that purpose. Any board member proposed to be removed shall be entitled to the reasonable notice for an opportunity to be heard at such special meeting, as long as the removal does not interfere with the board's quorum and college operations. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary. Adjust any dollar amounts accordingly, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
With that, colleagues, amendment number 1, there's a motion by Honorable Holona.
Second,
Is there a
Wanika.
Second by Honorable Wanika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions for the board? Honorable Keon Begay on amendment number 1.
Chairman, Speaker, Ado Kudo, brother, Mr. Halona, Mehmet Benini Haki, Ado Sheikh, Kudo legislation, Hitani Sozagi. I have a little bit of a problem with the names being mentioned within the legislation. This will permanently, in a way, be listed in there. Could the amendment be modified to say that those currently serving on with the prospective appointments be appointed as so? Hot ego go land which kish elite na go spiga. A coco a dick at the charter get the policy get your H ne. Don't ego go cut a usually keep a speed hit so bandi. And I'm not sure if that's appropriate to have a policy that will list individual's name within the charter policy. Maybe legislative council could reword the amendment without individual's name in there. Speaker, reserve my time.
That reserve your time at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Honorable Keon Begay, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Holona.
Speaker, this is Dana. Delegate Halona is sitting in my office right now. And I would like he'd like me to answer the question, but I think he needs to ask you to let me answer.
Yeah, Speaker, I'd like to see if Ms. Barbara could explain it a little bit more in detail than I can. These are already public records because they've already have the numbers behind each name. So, Ms. Barbara?
Thank you.
Ms. Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you. And Delegate Keon Begay is correct that it's not a general practice to include names in this type of resolution. However, it's important to have this type of explanation in here because of how the board, the requirements, the criteria for a board appointment are going to change. So, for example, no longer will you have an appointment that represents the Western Agency. You will now have, the appointment will be for somebody who has a big business background. So you're in a transition period, and after these appointments expire, the new appointments will be made for those backgrounds. As far as mentioning the names, most of the time I think you could work around that, but in this instance, the names are already published. They're published in each of the NABI resolutions that are mentioned here. So this is nothing new by putting the names in. Office of Legislative Counsel believes that it is appropriate and no violation of any type of Navajo law or provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue on Amendment 1. We go back to reserve time. Che, Honorable Keon Begay, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
With the response by Legislative Council, I'll just waive the rest of our time.
Okay. Waiving time. That, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going once. Going twice. Well, 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Pranal Halona. Honorable Pranal Halona. Honorable Pranal Halona did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Pranal Halona votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Dr. Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, we're not voting on amendment number 1. Let's go back to the floor on legislation 0012-21, actually the main motion, held by Honorable Jay, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0012-21? And once, twice, or 3 times. Let's get a second reading. Let's vote.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24 Nomination Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 2, line 20, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph C. If these amendments pass, the Board of Regent appointments will be revised as follows. 1, Teresa Hatathi was seated with NABI JN-40-212 to represent Western Agency and will now serve in the position for business background. 2, Greg H. Bigman was seated with NABI AU-43-15 to represent Northern Agency and will now serve in the position for finance, accounting, and investment background. 3, Johnson Dennison was seated with NABI AU-42-15 to represent Chinle Agency and will now serve in the position for Dinesh Spiritual Ceremonial Knowledge. And 4, Sharon Torricini was seated with NABI F-31-18 to represent Fort Defiance Agency and will now serve in the position for expertise in higher education. 2, on page 12, line 4 of Exhibit A, amend paragraph 2 as follows. 2, removal. All appointed regents serve at the pleasure of the Overstrike Navajo Nation Council and Overstrike. Insert new language, Nabikiat Committee, and all appointed regents are subject to removal by Overstrike which, and insert the Nabikiat Committee. The Nabikiat Committee may remove any regent when Overstrike Council, and insert the committee determines such removal is in Overstrike when their judgment and Overstrike, the best interest of the Net College, Overstrike will be served thereby, and Overstrike. The removal of the regent from the board may occur with or without cause at a duly called meeting of the Nabikiatit and insert committee for that purpose. Any designated member may also be removed from the board by a 2/3 majority vote of the Board of Regents at any special meeting of the board called expressly for that purpose. Any board member proposed to be removed shall be entitled to reasonable notice for an opportunity to be heard at such special meeting as long as the removal does not interfere with the board's quorum and college operation. 3, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, adjust any dollar amounts accordingly. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
All right, colleagues, go to the board. Let's vote on legislation 0012-21, one amendment.
Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Almer Begay votes green. Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Regina Charles Newton. Regina Charles Newton votes green. Amber Kenneth Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Mark Freeland.
Green.
Mark Freeland votes green. Panal Halona. Panal Halona. Panal Halona did not vote. Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Jamie Henyo votes green. Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Ricky Ness votes green. Carl Slater.
Delegate
Carl
Slater.
Green. Carl Slater votes green. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Wilson Stewart
Green.
Jr.
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Raymond
Make sure
Smith Jr. votes green. Otto So. Otto So via text votes green. Charlene So. Charlene So. Charlene So did not vote. Daniel So.
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So.
Don't yet.
Eugene So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas
I vote green.
did not. Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Winnica.
Green.
Edison Winnica votes green. Edmund Yazzie. Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Edmund Yazzie votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Panal Halona.
Green.
Panal Halona votes green. Charlene So. Charlene So. Charlene So did not vote. Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. With that, before we continue moving on down on our agenda, again, if you're joining us, you're with us in the last hour, we are, this is the Navajo Nation Council, a special session via telecommunication. But I do have Honorable Freeland and Honorable Slater here in the chambers with me. and Madam Chair Charles Newman. With that, colleagues, we are on legislation under our new business. We've just got done completing legislation 0012-21, and we are having 3 more items on the agenda. Now we're moving on to item number F, legislation 0030-21. This legislation is sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. With that, Chairman Daniel So, he's here with us on telecommunication, teleconference. Before we go into that and get a motion in a second, we do need to get the legislation read into the record. So with that, Mr. Rico, could we get the legislation 0030-21 into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0030-21, in action relating to the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Tom Platero as Executive Director of the Division of General Services. There is a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend that the legislation pass and is referred to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Colleagues, could I get a motion?
Allen.
Motion by Honorable Kellen Begay. Is there a second?
Yellow hair. Smith, that was Paul Begay.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, will now be work. Going once.
Speaker.
Twice. Yes.
Speaker,
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question.
Okay, with that, Honorable Chairman So, floor is yours for 20 minutes on the presentation.
Honorable Speaker, Addison and I, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the nominee, Tom Platero, in other ways of expressing the other way would be just not us, but in true respect for what Mr. Tom Platero accomplished, I would gladly call him Shija. Kodoeya Kato Ohli na Neshigi the Naposling Kwagi Katoeya Ata Nidane Yanad Nestoli through the Division of General Services. Kwagi Katoeya he's Aita Yilnesh Aj Ado Aita e Kwagi Kato. The creed of Shin El Kalo Eya that he age. Age to Nkabakuno Sendoli to a share. Ado Kodo Klashi Benite of Kidoli Hate Our A as Hate Our A Bananas Nicht Doli Ligi is in Kwagi Sato. Beho Atoli Ado Kwagi the nominee who we're going to confirm, Mr. Tom Platero, Kudosin Kato 24th Navajo Nation Council, which in Haditha. Speaker, I give time to Mr. Tom Platero to address the group, the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That. Platero, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I want to thank you for taking the opportunity to consider my legislation for confirmation for the Executive Director for Division of General Services. I'm originally from the community of Round Rock. I went to school early on, Round Rock Elementary School, went to a parochial school there in Round Rock, and a program that was called Liberty Christian Indian School. Kind of had a different upbringing as far as the education. From there, I went and finished high school at Chinle High School. I graduated from Diné College with an associate degree in pre-business administration. Then I went back a few years later and got a certificate in Navajo leadership. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of New Mexico in business administration. I've worked with the Navajo Nation for over 30 years. I've worked with the Head Start program. I've worked with the transportation, community development, and up to November of last year, I worked for 8 years with the Office of Legislative Services. I do have like I said, over 30 years of experience with the Navajo Nation. I'm familiar with policies and procedures. I'm familiar with finance. I'm familiar with personnel. I'm familiar with a lot of things that that possibly other candidates would not have had the experience of doing. I look forward to continuing, if confirmed, working for the Navajo people, working for the Navajo Nation. And I just want to thank all of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for considering my legislation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman Daniel. So does that conclude your colleagues? Can you please refrain from making comments again? Have respect for your colleagues and continue dialogue, but only when you're recognized. Chairman Daniel, so is that conclude your presentation?
Yes, and we are open for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That we move on down. I have Honorable Slater in the queue, and then after that, I have Madam Chair McCarty. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much to Chair Daniel So for sponsoring this legislation and getting this qualified individual up before us to go ahead and do good work on behalf of our people and our employees who occupy buildings that this division will oversee. There's two things I want to bring up. One of them is the Division of General Services has been assisting the Division of Social Services in getting the Gentle Iron Hawk shelter up and running. And my sincere ask to you, Mr. Platero, is that you continue that good faith effort and do everything in your power to make sure that we can get that facility operating as quickly as possible. And then my second request is that we get a coordinated response or plan for how we can rehabilitate unsafe Navajo Nation buildings and deteriorating Navajo Nation buildings and use either ARPA funding or other fundings that are coming down the line from the federal government to renovate and rehabilitate those buildings. So I ask that you make those two things a part of your platform in your time in office, as well as I'll just say that. Please keep those as priorities in your administration. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about your platform for taking care of our employees who are in dilapidated buildings. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Thank you. With that, reserve your time at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Yeah. Later, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Thank you. That moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Chairman So Shiaj for sponsoring this legislation. And Director Futero, thank you for submitting, I believe, your letter of interest for this position. I think what's important and kind of the same sentiments of Vice Chair Slater is what then are your top 4 priorities? I know that this is an early assessment. for the Office of General Services. The oversight has always been concerned with the integrity of the buildings, in particular buildings that contain records, not only records like council records or records that vital records needs to assist our Navajo people, but also there's buildings like water resources that have historical documents, but are in a setting that they're just full with feces and mildew in a really unsafe working environment. So I wanted to know what is the plan. I think in terms of when we talk about CEJASIN dollars, there's really no recognition on how our records department played a part in a successful, actually, I think it was tripling our settlement because we were able to find records, but they've never been able, or they've never been given the opportunity to build up their capacity to modernize their system. And so those are questions that I'd like to ask you, Mr. Platero, in your role as the division director, and how you plan to support those programs. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. That. I'll reserve time, 3 minutes flat. That, colleagues, there's no other comments, questions. Let me go back to the sponsor and get a response from Mr. Platero as well. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you to colleagues, Vice Chair Slater, and to Chair Amber Crotty. Great questions. And I will defer to Mr. Platero, the nominee for confirmation. Mr. Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, I certainly appreciate the questions that are being posed to me. I will let Delegate Slater know that I'm a firm believer in partnerships and not serving and working in silos or in isolation. I pledge my support for the project that's going on with social services. I haven't had much information on that, to be honest with you, but I will check with my crew and make sure that we get that completed. And as far as the coordination for rehabilitating Navajo Nation buildings, this really is a long-standing issue of the Navajo Nation, and the discussions that I've had with some of the staff that work with the insurance section, we have over 2,000 buildings, but we've never really done an assessment of which ones need to stay on the inventory, which ones could be taken out. So that's one of the first things that I would like to try to work together with our group to make sure that we complete that assessment. The other is I've been asked to, in the work that we've done so far with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, is to do an assessment overall of all of the needs of the Navajo Nation as far as buildings go. We understand that there was a study that was done a few years back, either in partnership with the ASU or through a consultant. What I'm thinking that we need to do is at the Division of General Services, we actually need, when you look at cities and municipalities and counties, they have a planning section that undertakes all of those things. So I'm hopeful that within the next year or so that we actually put in not so much an urban planner, but a planner just for buildings that will work and work on that and make it their priority to get those ones done. So that's one of the things that I'd like to see. Delegate Crotty, your question, I agree with you on the integrity of the buildings. The first exposure that I've had in my short time here was really looking at the budget that's set aside for maintenance. When you have over 2,000 buildings and you have $4,000 and almost $4 million, out of that $4 million, the majority of it goes to personnel. one of the things that I was taught when I was trying to learn about business and how to run organizations was that you really have to balance out the amount that you put for personnel and operating costs. You don't want to have too many jets and not enough pilots. You know, you need to have the right mix of pilots and jets. And so this is something that we have to take a look at. In the short time that I've been here, some of the items that I've taken a look at is we really are undercharging for a lot of the activities that we do. I'll give you an example. We did an assessment, and we're trying to get on the Health Education Committee to provide that report. That's part of our legislative concern. There's 2 items that are on there, which we would like to report on. The Facilities Department did a comprehensive report on activities that they've had for accessibility. And we also related it back to just the Division of General Services. So that's the other report that we're trying to get. But when we took a look at the cost of the airport, I know that's been criticized and, you know, and going back and forth about, you know, the cost of this, the cost of that. There are certain times that our government officials need to interact with people on the outside. And what we found is that what the air transportation was charging appears to be very under market. So they have to sustain a budget where they generate enough money to cover their costs. A flight from here to Phoenix costs like about a little over $1,000. If you were to charter that, that's over $10,000 for one single trip. So one of the things I like to do is go back and do an assessment to make sure that these programs and what that they're charging actually is a true reflection of recouping the cost to operate those programs. I'm a believer that we shouldn't really be looking at general funds to bail us out every time, but that those programs should be self-sustaining. Really quick, again, I've been here just a few weeks. My priorities would be, I support what Delegate Slater and Delegate Crotty are saying, is our people need to work in safe buildings. I remember when I was at Legislative Services, one of the committees that I sat in on, I covered for the Law and Order Committee, was the judicial branch had like really, really sad buildings that they were holding courts in. I think that when you look at overall building infrastructure, you shouldn't just look at executive, but you should look at legislative, you should look at judicial, and you should look at executive, and then from there create a priority listing based on need and knock them off one at a time based on the availability of funding. But there needs to be, again, a comprehensive plan to address our buildings. So I would agree with both Delegate Slater and Delegate Crotty that my number one priority will be buildings. The second part of it is we really need to improve our information infrastructure, and our information infrastructure includes the broadband. Part of the issue is that we have telecommunications and utilities underneath General Services, and then you have the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. And I believe those 2 divisions need to work together to make sure that more internet accessibility is available. I mean, everywhere you go in the city now, you know, you hop from one tower to another to continuously maintain your connectivity with the rest of the world. I would consider that my second. The other part is I wholeheartedly agree with the records. When we were at Legislative, one of the things we did is we visited all of the Arizona and New Mexico, how they control their records. And records have been taken for granted for a number of years. They really need to be made a priority and preserve the history of where we've come from, the documentation that clearly defines that path, and that way we're prepared for the future. The last one is I really do believe that the airport needs to be revived and made functional within the Navajo Nation again. One of the things that I've started already in my short time here is really doing an assessment of the personnel and the requirements for that. There are some things that we need to work on and have already started working on, and we'll continue to make improvements on those. But so off the top of my head, those would be the 4 items: buildings, infrastructure, telecommunications, records, and then airports. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sorry, I was talking on mute there. Chairman, Daniel, so does that conclude your response?
Thank you. And again, great questions. And general Nathan Hanatsi Shija Sheha. And I don't think we, in the other folks that we confirmed, I don't think we had that type of back and forth. So this is great in the issue of confirmation for Mr. Tom Platero. I appreciate it and ask for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So, that colleagues, let's continue on down then back to the board or in the queue. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. But
Delegate Jansen.
Madam Chair Charles Zoon.
Delegate James.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I lost connection. I don't know what's going on with my phone, but thank you, Mr. Platero. I'm glad that you're going to be taking over. I was really excited to see that. So I know that we got limited time, so I'm going to get straight to the point. Navajo Transit System. I used to use the Navajo Transit System all the time. I know that a few years ago that grants were not renewed, and because of that, we did lose a lot of our routes that were, I guess they just did away with the routes. And I know that that happened right around the time that I was hired as the prosecutor in Crown Point. I took the position knowing that there was a transit that went back and forth. I believe it was from the 371 housing all the way up to Crown Point. And so when I started my position there in Crown Point, I learned that that route was, they got rid of it. And so it was really a blow to me because I had to drive 210 miles round trip every day to go to work. So my question to you is the Navajo Transit System, how do you plan to improve it? And what are your plans for making sure that we don't lose any more grant money? 2 is employee housing program. Again, I can attest to this program. I know that when I spoke to some of the men who worked there prior to me becoming council delegate, there were a lot of things that had to be done with employee housing, but there was always a question of funding. And I know that every program has problems with funding. But I also know that employee housing program could technically fall under NHA, where funding is already made available. So perhaps you can give me a little bit of information on how you plan to address employee housing program. Facility maintenance is another one. A lot of our maintenance men, it takes them months to address issues on, with our offices. And I know that sometimes when we ask them even to hang a simple picture, they say that they need a work order for that, and then they come back and say that they can't do it, that we have to call somebody else to do it. And so it was always a little bit frustrating because I said, just give me a nail and a hammer and I'll be happy to put it in there and hang my own picture. So I think they need a better system with communicating and also addressing work orders. So how do you plan to address that? And then the last one is insurance services. I have been meeting with our health insurance people, and we have the lousiest health insurance. And it hasn't been addressed, I believe, in 15 years. And I use my health insurance all the time. There's been some changes made to our health insurance, and there wasn't really much information that was provided to us prior to the change. So I'd like to know if we could sit down and talk a little bit about health insurance and what we can do to try to improve the health insurance for our people. I think that with COVID, a lot of people kind of got a good idea of the kind of health service or the kind of health insurance that we have. And I know that there's probably a lot of people that don't know maybe the difference between one health insurance versus another, but there has been a lot of issues regarding COVID with health insurance. And I think that that's something that this council is going to be hearing within the next couple of months, because there was a lot of claims that were not processed as a result of, a lot of issues that were happening, and I'm starting to learn all of this. So if we can schedule a meeting on that, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, reserve time at 1 minute, 12 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James.
Other members of the council, legislation, nana sozigi, did look until some of my other chapters, but mainly my comments going to be in regards to Ganado, and we do have a Division of Social Service trailer sitting there, and we've been going round and round for the past 7.5 years on to who is responsible of moving that trailer. Okay, right next to the chapter says on at the eba yelti doba hanetze hako ani kodo dan speha otzi seneko oko nikitas ado shekaz anlelak ante the nana kindasachi iltita for ye jadi tofto honana eko oko atskento benya شجع خديد نخانة شين نخز أنيكي باساتي لسنانا أكون نتاز تايات إيتو لساداز آداز خنت كهيدا إيتي كتوبا يشتكيكي نتشئت أتاتوفزين سكو أكو أهد إيبا هاستيتو the former division director had the title and everything, and it was the property of the Navajo Nation and so forth, all cohort, Naso shika dansan hita had the nit on the deep on the nil cannot yat ihiki otas but there's nelly hagita Chinane dot it edo dan hit the nehe the battle pass the Bogan Holoni gita cheta no huge hot by yati on Naso on the nest that over 8 for the past 7.5 years ago. Hot Abba Yahasaniki has out under division of general service. What are the Yaiba has seat or they can reserve my time? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Daniel So and Mr. Patero. Floor is yours.
Okay, so tell Ado Shache Quaggy, behind the Igito, such Kodosad Behasti Gito. Oh, Yat Eho has Ado listeners. Yat Eho Yaquedo, the neighbor Washington A. Joe. The Kinnalia Niado Lichtanita Quaggy confirmation nominee when honestly for specific answer to his question and the statements. Mr. Putero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, going back to Charles Newton's questions on the transit system, transit has, I hate to speak ill of it, but there's some personnel issues that have been there for over 2 years that need to be resolved. There was some litigation going on with a position there. We just got clearance from the attorney that was working on that case to hire for that position, but also just so Delegate Chair Charles Newton is aware, we are going to be proposing to move transit underneath Navajo DOT. The reason being is that a lot of the interaction with the state for funding is derived through the Department of Transportation. States fund transit through the Department of Transportation, and so that is one of the things that we'll be taking a look at is moving that program underneath Navajo DOT. I have met with Director Silversmith, and we have started that process. We're also working with personnel to make sure that we hire a transit manager rather quickly, sooner than later, and we are making updates to the position classification for that so that we could get that position advertised and hopefully get somebody on really soon. So as far as the future of transit, just be aware that we are going to be proposing to move that under Navajo DOT. As far as employee housing, I do agree with you that this program is underfunded, and I support and agree with partnering up with NHA. I think I've lived in employee housing, and so I kind of know a little bit about how they work and the dedication of the staff that are there. And so I really think that employee housing should be expanded and work in partnership with NHA. Just my personal comment on it is a lot of people that get into employee housing is based on who you know. And a lot of the people that get in are people at the upper level of government. People that are division directors, people that work for the division director, or people that are recommended by a branch chief. I also know of people that commute here to Window Rock to have a job. When I was at Legislative, we had somebody commuting in from Lukachikai. We had a person that was commuting in from Crown Point. We had a person that was commuting in from Wide Ruins. And so it was always my concern when council ran late and I had these individuals working there. We actually made accommodations with P-card section for the safety of those individuals to be allowed to have overnight lodging even though their workstation were here. So I think part of it is just how supervisors know the system and work with the people that have decision-making abilities within the organization. I think that we really should partner up with NHA to get some housing here for people that work here that commute in, both for their own safety and to really reduce their costs. I mean, when you have people that are working at the lower end of the pay scale, you know, support people, you know, and they have to commute in and the price of gas is going up again. You know, why shouldn't, if the NHA program is based on income, they should be afforded some sort of housing close by so that they could live closer to where they work. The other one is facility maintenance. I personally hung my own picture of my office when I came, but I also agree with you that the system that's being used needs to be improved. One of the things in my short time here that we're taking a look at is introducing software that will track the inventory of the departments that we work with. I think we should track when a part is ordered and track that part, where it was used, and the cost of that track, so we know what we have in our inventory and what is used specifically for what project. That way we can create associate costs with the inventory that is there. And even further reach into the cost of our personnel. Because if you have personnel that are being paid for over $1 million, you should at the end of the year be able to generate a report that says this person worked on these projects this year, and this was what they were able to generate as far as a benefit to the Navajo Nation. On the question on insurance services, I would respectfully disagree on this is the lousiest health insurance. The Navajo Nation has probably one of the best insurance coverage around here. You have people that work for the state, people that work for the county, people that work in the private sector that pay a lot more than what our people pay. The issue that I have, and I raised this when I was at Legislative, is that, again, the system is set up in a way that it benefits people at the upper end. I'll give you an example. We have people that are clerical people that earn $11, $12 an hour that have dependent coverage. Their deduction, because they have dependent coverage, is like $97. I made a very good salary at Legislative Services. My what I paid into the insurance program was less than $5. I think somehow that needs to be re-examined to say people that are at the upper end of the pay scale shouldn't benefit from people that are at the lower end of the pay scale just because they have the coverage. So somewhere there needs to be an equitable distribution of the costs of this program so that, people that are making more money pay a little bit more than the people that are making less money, but still balance it out because it is a self-funded program. And from what the interaction that I've had with the insurance services is they had a surplus. They were under. They were actually in a huge deficit. Council allocated them money to bail them out. Then they were able to recoup the shortage that they had, and then they paid that money back to council. Mr. Charlie was informing me that he was very thankful to Budget and Finance at that time for pushing to have them get some money to get them out of a deficit. But now we're at the other end of the spectrum where we have a surplus. And so because of that surplus, they actually went on where people didn't pay during the time of COVID for their insurance, but they kept all of the coverage that is there. So that's one of the things that we're taking a look at. And again, I would be happy, Chair Charles Noon, to schedule our insurance services department to go over with you the information and the intricacies of the insurance services. Mr. James, I also agree with you that 7.5 years is a very long time to wait for a need that has been identified over and over. Again, I'm going to be proposing that we automate the process of receiving and processing work orders within facility maintenance. And again, it's just creating an environment of accountability and to ensure that services get completed. I think when we do all of our work by paper, it results in either documents getting lost or things not getting filed or nobody doing a follow-up. But if it's all web-based, the system would control the information. So there's a less likelihood of those type of items not getting addressed. And I think that, if your request has been in there and it was documented, it should have been taken care of. And I have no issue of getting a meeting with you, Delegate James, to discuss your issue, and I will bring the facility people there. But the one thing that council should be aware of is all of the projects that priorities that you are expressing during this does cost money. Nothing comes for free. And that's where I think we need to work together to educate each other. What is the true financial need to address a lot of these issues? And that's one of the things that I think having a planner involves to associate the priorities with true costs to say, you want to get this done, then this is what it's going to cost. And we educate each other and share a lot of information to get the projects done. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patero. Chairman Daniel So, does that conclude your report?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Let me go ahead and go back. I don't have anybody else on the floor or in the queue, but I do have Honorable Slater on reserve time, 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
Thank you very much, Shania, Speaker. Thank you for the response, Mr. Platero. I'd like to echo support for transferring Navajo Transit over to Navajo DOT. We know that the synergies between the TTP funds and the transit funds are there, and having a unified management structure to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck is really important. And I'm confident that you and Mr. Silversmith working together can make that a reality. Two more items. One is I ask for your support in evaluating, and this is again working with NDOT, spinning off the airports and obviously general services and the transport department have a big interest in the Windsor Rock Airport. But creating an airports authority that could combine potentially the air transit and our NIPIAS airports into something that could go after, more commercial activities to bring revenue in to sustain our airfields and then have a broader range of services there. So that's one item. And then with respect to the deferred maintenance backlogs of our buildings, I think it'd be really important to do an analysis of all of the 638 or BIA funded programs that are occupying spaces that could potentially take advantage of 105L leases, and thinking about how we can use those potential revenue streams from the federal government and the contract support costs, package it together, either issue some sort of debt or something like that to fund new facilities or the renovation and rehab of those facilities. So those are some requests. Again, would like to reiterate the support for getting Gentle Iron Hawk open. And I'm happy to see another person from Round Rock over here in Windsor Rock. I think I'm the least well-known person from Round Rock behind you, Shania, Eric Rogers, and some other family members. So there you go, Tom. I'll yield my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Moving on down. Madam Chair Amber Crotty. 3 minutes
I'll
on the
wait
board.
my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 1 minute, 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And also thank you, Tom. I do support your confirmation at this time. However, I have to beg to differ on the health insurance. I had health insurance with the state of Texas, with the state of Wyoming, with the state of Arizona, and I was able to compare all three with Navajo Nation. I use my insurance religiously, but in all honesty, I have never, ever run into the kinds of issues that I ran into using our insurance. I think there's so many good things that could happen. I think the fact that we're 15 years behind in updating our health insurance really has affected us. I know when I was working in Crown Point, I was paying $20 total for 2 medications that I'm on, and that has increased to $40. And that information wasn't provided when our pharmacy, our insurance decided not to cover certain types of medication. And so that's the reason why I reached out to health insurance to see what we can do. Same thing applies with dental and also our vision. So again, I use my insurance religiously, and I'm able to compare costs from each of the 3 states and also with the Navajo Nation. So with that, I look forward to our meeting, Tom. Mr. Platero.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Mitch James, 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you very much. I wait the rest of my time.
Hey, colleagues, I don't have anybody else. Oh, never mind. Honorable Otto So. Floor is yours, Honorable
Thank you very
Otto.
much. Thank you very much. Speaker, you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to decide to echo the support of the nomination of for Tom Otero. I had the privilege to work with him, and usually when you get someone moving things around, changing things in an office, you hear ripple effects, and you see these things going on. And I heard them, and to this day, to the time that Tom was in, I am satisfied with how Office of Legislative Service has been operated, and you did a lot of changes. And a lot of people are really not susceptible to change. They want things to stay as how the old system used to be. But I really hope that you apply those changes to the program there at General Service overall. Our tribal buildings really need a lot of attention. Our insurances really need a lot of attention, especially the communication between the insurance, Navajo Nation insurance, and the certified chapters. Some certified chapters want to opt in, and there's not that communication going on from that insurance office to the certified chapters, and I can relate to that, Tom. My chapter has been trying to communicate with insurance services, and they reached out to me again. They said, "Can you help us?" And I just told my chapter, I said, I don't know why leadership gets involved on certain things, but I said, in this case, between the program and the chapter, the program should be willingly to speak to the chapter willingly and continue to keep that dialogue or that communication. But I said, if you have to get the attention of your council delegate to walk over to that very office to say, hey, you were communicating with this chapter, and can you continue communicating? Because my chapter wants to opt in with the insurance, and they're willing to pay the costs. And just want to put that on the radar. I just have to vote in favor because of your past leadership and your past role working in the legislative branch, and you come with many years of experience. And other than that, I don't need any questions or anything answered. Just echoing support, and I waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Araso. I thought you said you were going to table this until we're having a work session. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay.
Good one, Speaker. Anyway, Speaker, kudo legislation needs to should change. Kudo gena dini iki Mr. Patero. Several areas request I just want to be on record. You have a different program in different branch. First one, the key communication and utilities department has as you know, that we've been trying to establish and talk about technology, broadband, and so on. So what's the possibility as a general service that your program or your division can create another office to oversee a telecommunication operation across the Navajo Nation? And there's billions of dollars that's going to be coming forth from the federal government, where the Navajo Nation really needs to apply for these funding. Right now, it's under the regulatory office, and that's one area I really want for you to look into, including the Department of Information Technology. Employee housing, I believe that all of that, those should be at each of the agency. As you know, that we have agency office, but a lot of times we don't have people, especially our public safety officers, police officers, have to travel so far to, and even some judges, and they have to travel so far to try to find a place to wherever they're assigned to. Otherwise, they're traveling 2 to 3 hours to and from work. So expand out the employee housing program to all agency. Although the other one, the key AA fleet management. And I don't know if you can do a review. I know the last term, I'm sure you're aware of this. The last LOC, we tried to ask the fleet management to waive all the particular police units. They pay so much funding. Based on which a majority of it just goes back to fleet management for the mileage. Ko estato benti sa chochio. To hat a teliant e benago kodo ajashi did ego kodo and happy didn't know that about net of the fleet management regarding public safety. Although maybe tracking system of all the motor travel vehicles. I think that's another area that you really need to look into for investment. Lastly, solid waste. I've been trying to ask which division is able to establish a solid waste management program. But yet we don't have a solid waste management office. Will your program be able to establish a solid waste management to decrease and manage all these illegal dumping and all the trash across the Navajo Nation? So, Mr. Pitero, hoping that we have a good relationship regarding the Chile agency from our area, and you are just next door. But nonetheless, I do support the legislation. So, congratulations, Mr. Pitero.
Thank you. That I'll go back to you, Chairman So and Mr. Patero for a response.
Speaker, this is Daniels. Put me in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker. And members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Appreciate the questions, the statements, and the expression of support for our nominee for confirmation. So I'll refer the items back to Mr. Platero for response, follow-up statements.
Platero?
Sorry, sir. Mr. Speaker?
Oh, you got the floor, Mr. Platero.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Thank you, Delegate Slater, for your recommendations, particularly on the airport authority. We are conducting an assessment of salaries for the positions that are there, and we'll continue to do that. And I believe that airports really is an opportunity that the Navajo Nation has never really pursued. So I'm in full agreement with you there. I also agree with you on the 638 program funding. When we hire someone to do the assessment, I'll make sure that that's one of the categories that they take a look at. Ms. Charles Newton, Delegate Charles Newton, Chairwoman, we will get together with our insurance services department to take a look at the concerns that you're bringing to our attention. And I'm still Tom. I'm not Mr. Platero. Nothing's changed in the time that I've worked with this council. I still have the same cell number. You guys can text me anytime you need, and I didn't change it. My email is tom.platero@navajo-nsn.gov. They made me change it from when I was at Legislative. They put a dot after Tom. Between Tom and Platero, that's how you can get a hold of me. Delegate So, thank you so much. I appreciate your guidance the council's guidance on the priorities and what I should be working on. And I will get together with the insurance section to see how we can improve communications with certified chapters. Mr. Begay, Callan, we will take a look at the communications and utilities, the telecommunication office. One of the things that I've learned on this side is there's really an abundance of things that are overlapping. And this, the telecommunications that you alluded to is one of those areas. You have the telecommunications and utilities underneath general services, and then you have the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. And so sometimes when we get into an area of concern or an area of priority and it overlaps over two areas, it gets very difficult to get an answer from someone. You know, is it on the telecommunications regulatory side or is it on the general services side? But we certainly will take a look at that. DIT is going to be advertising for their Director of Information Technology soon. The staff there and Ms. Toddy from Personnel Management have updated the position classification so that they can get somebody with a little bit more technology experience and education for that position. The employee housing, I also agree that it should expand beyond Window Rock, and that goes back to Delegate So's comment of there's life outside of Window Rock. The Navajo Nation isn't situated just in Window Rock, so I'm in agreement with you there. And again, it'll take a lot of partnerships with other entities to fund these type of projects. So I agree that it should be expanded to the agencies, and it has to be done in a controlled environment so that that the costs can be absorbed, but also set up programs where they can be self-sustaining over a long time. On the fleet management, we do have a new fleet manager. His first day is going to be on October 5th, and he will be starting with fleet management. I'll make sure to set up a meeting with the Law and Order Committee so you can address your concerns to the new person. And I agree wholeheartedly with you on the GPS tracking. One of the things that I did when I was at Transportation was we actually put GPS devices in all of the vehicles. And so we were able to identify some abuses that were happening, irregular operation of vehicles at irregular hours or on weekends. The GPS unit thing, the cost on those has really come down, and so I don't really see it. And the individual that is going to be hired into the fleet manager position has experience working with a fleet where GPS was an integral part of the program. The solid waste program that you were talking about, that was a discussion that we just actually had on the 22nd. Dr. Yellowman with Community Service reminded us that DCD has resurfaced RDC CN-120-17, which designates Division of Community Development to manage and operate the nation's solid waste management program. So there is a program specifically identified through legislation that identifies who should be working with the solid waste management, which is, I believe, in the same realm as the transfer stations that was alluded to in that conversation. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Spotero. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, does that conclude your response?
Yes, in that does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, colleagues, let's go on back to the floor. I have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. Honorable Daniels on legislation 0030-21. Colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, yeah. Good evening. I'm glad to educate Nana. I don't know what I'm understanding. What's about that? I think I can. What play that very close to midnight and each close to it. But I see I could Niki don't so don't him, Niki Panaha, or Kodo, whatever that, Kodo colleague. I don't know Kodo, should say. My favorite say. Chairman So Kodo. Legislation couldn't hit that means so. I see what I in Ecuador. I don't know Ecuador, Mr. Platero. I go a head on me, the Donana, a hitting the season. A court or Ecuador or a head sneed or less a Ecuador. I don't know Ecuador, the General Services. As a solicitate after so Ecuador confirmation the Ecuador not causing hit off here. Of course. Just as been to a United Kid or Halloda. So, Tokodovan, that's case of Odo. That down data. The dash husbands and sure. Ben hits in a hot Iggy basement and the one man Navajo Nation. Baby in a hot Iggy. That in niche executive branch, judicial branch, legislative branch. I don't Lego, Navajo. The dash husbands and ho. So I think Kodo Nahavan deeds in the sun, I guess that is in the single measure moving forward. Kodo. So I did Odo or that bench had this Kodo. I don't know those ego Kodo. But here needs the Kodo. Not so Kodo had a cash can't send down either. Well, you don't in Slad and there. Mr. Terry is retiree now. So I think that's careful that. There I don't know the name of it end and the mean and not talk to them. Shouldn't go to Mr. Platero. I have been in the Kohodo. I don't know. Ben does the Gishinkodo. Isn't that easy? I just want to say that Kodo. I don't know Kodo. Additionally, that Kodo. Go just ego Kodo. Back in, Kodo. Mr. Speaker, one for you have to do less Kodo. I don't know. I'm ready to vote. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. You ready to vote on legislation 0030-21?
Speaker, what happened to my text?
Honorable Gene, so myself nor has the staff got a text from you.
It says to me star 9, but it did choose some of this shit, and then I've been waiting.
Honorable Gene, so the floor is yours.
Speaker, hey, oh, hola. Ay, don't know what hey. Now you get hey. I was a Sunday. No, just shoot. Yeah, so you're gonna shoot and so on. Just kiss. I missed it. Oh, you turn it down. So you got a good person in there. It is, yeah. Over had this. It's all okay. This news. It even you could. I request to have the floor. Speaker should say. Mr. Shadley. I know he's going to help me a lot too. The shit all this. How about you, Tom? Right behind you. Yeah.
Thank you. With that,
Speaker.
bring it on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello. Yate? Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. This is Delegate Timmy Yellow here. I'd like to just congratulate Mr. Tom Patel. We worked for in 2 years to take care of the Navajo Nations, Navajo Nation Council here at 24th Councilman. I congratulate you. Everybody has bring a lot of stuff to your attention, what they need to do. And good luck to you, and have only 2 years to go, and hope everything you develop for us for the Navajo Nation. Although it's all shared over any nation, congratulations. I'm ready to vote. Even yet, all shared to the speaker, to 24 councilmen. Because it is the shit the house, we should just vote right now. Yeah, thank you. Go back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Yell here. With that, moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker, other colleagues, and Che, Honorable Daniel So, and then Mr. Platero. Thank you for stepping up and meeting this role, a very important role in the division that you oversee, General Services. So I just want to congratulate you as well, Tom. I want to say thank you for all the times that I text you, and I think you can probably remember how many times I text you, but you were very responsive, and I really appreciate that. You responded within a minute or two immediately, and to me that shows the character of somebody's work ethic. And you know, it shows to me the dedication that you have to the nation, and you know that proved a lot to me every time you responded to me, without second guessing or any doubt or you know anything like that. So I really do appreciate that, Tom. In relation to the health insurance, I am in agreement that we do have one of the best health insurance plans. Yes, we have a self-insured plan. It's not an HMO or a PPO. If we had one of those other instances like that, we would be paying a huge deductible. And I remember one of my previous tenures that we did have an HMO, and I had a family plan, and I had a $3,000 deductible. So the only way that the coverage will be kicking in at 100% is if I met that $3,000 deductible. So I was responsible for all the claims that were submitted. I was responsible until I met that $3,000 deductible. So yes, we are blessed with a great insurance plan. I do agree with that on that note. Compared to what you had mentioned as far as you know, the private sector or the public sector as well. You know, I think you have a great team at General Services. I look forward to a lot of great opportunities and windows opening for the nation as well. Congratulations, Tom. I was ready to do a legislation to bring you back to legislative, but at this point, I don't think that's possible. So just wanted to mention that and say thank you for your many years of service to our great Navajo nation here in Sago. Thank you. God bless. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote on legislation 003-21?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Nez requests to speak.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Ado Chairman So. Ado Mr. Tom Platero. Speaker, I think I want to table this legislation and have a work session on special duty pay and hazard pay with Mr. Platero before we fully let him go, and make sure he tells us how much money he took from legislative branch. Thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Patera, good luck to you and all you do. God bless you. That's all.
Speaker, it's Lorna.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Moving on down, Honorable Halona.
And members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Hello, Daniel So for sponsoring this legislation. To Mr. Patero, Yatahe. Good to hear your voice again. I'm glad you're back with us. For some reason, Tom, I didn't think you were going to stay away. I guess, and I was right. I just had that feeling you were going to come back somewhere in a different capacity. And so I just wanted to say, I know you're the right man for the job. You know the system. One of the things that I was working with Asseret was to try to get an evaluation of all of our tribal buildings, and then see what kind of repair and maintenance we need to do, or what we're going to have to do for a long-term plan, because some of those buildings really need to be replaced badly. And we keep putting these small units together, these used trailers, it seems like what they are. And they don't last very long, but we need to look for something more permanent and put a long-term plan together so that every year we can allocate funding for that and try to improve some of the buildings. And it's all designed to keep all the employees that are there working, keep them safe. And so that's what I'd like to see that happen, Tom. I don't know where Mr. Asseret was on that plan, but he said he had tried to get one started to do an evaluation of all the buildings. Again, Tom, thank you for coming back to the nation, and looking forward to working with you again. So now that I have your new email, I think I still have your same phone number too, Tom. So again, congratulations. I support this legislation, and have a great evening, Tom. Thank you. Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, we're on legislation 0030-21. Are we ready to vote, colleagues? And once. And twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0030-21.
Honorable Alma Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaus-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green votes red. Green. Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Rich James via text votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, there's a share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green.
Thank you.
Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair.
Delegate Ellerhair votes green.
Jimmy Ellerhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of voting, congratulations, Mr. Platero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, see you down the road.
Speaker?
With that, let me go to Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules to consider legislation 50-21 now.
Motion to suspend the floor rules. Go to legislation
Second by Hino.
0050-21 by Honorable Slater. Second, Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, just for an action, because of this action, just to amend the agenda, this does need 16 votes at council. Any comments, questions, colleagues? Going once? Going twice? Or 3 times? We're bored.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanispah Crotty. Honorable Amber Kanispah Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kanispah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanispah Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. James votes red. Via text, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson
Green.
Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote like this. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So.
Here to go.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Green. Thank
Honorable
you.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That 19 in favor, 1 opposed.
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker. I vote green. Excuse me, sir.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green, so the vote is now 20 in favor and 1 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, with that, 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. With that, colleagues, we're moving on down to legislation 0050-21, sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by okay, so sorry, I'm reading it off the wrong one. Sponsored by Vice Chair Slater, co-sponsored by Chairman Hinio. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0050-21, an action relating to Navajo Ethnic Committee and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Rex Lee Jim to the Commission on the Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the representative and practitioner of the Genetic Healing Arts Medicine and position, sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henio. We do have a committee report from the Navajo Ethnic Committee that the legislation passed and is referred to the Navajo Nation Council per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0050-21, there a motion?
Motion, Halana.
Honorable Halona,
Second, Indio.
second by Chairman Hinio. That, colleagues, does not be work. Any comments, questions? Going once? Twice? Went 3 times. Scoreboard. Legislation 0050-21.
Honorable Amber Begay. Honorable
Honorable
Amber
Green.
Begay. Honorable Amber
Honorable
Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Virginia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Virginia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Indio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James via text votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Niazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Niazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Joseph Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
does not vote.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Honorable Vice President, Mr. Exley Jim, to your appointment for 4 years. That, moving on down. Item number H, legislation 0043-21, sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniels, co-sponsored by Chairman Hino, co-sponsored by Chairman Nez. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking numbers 0043-21, in action relating to research and development, Navigated Committee of the Navajo Nation Council rescinding CMA-16-20 entitled an action relating to an emergency regarding COVID-19 virus within the territorial jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation, ensuring safe protection upon roads within the Navajo Nation by declaring all Navajo Nation owned and maintained roads shall be closed to all visitors and tourists, sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Jamie Heno, co-sponsored by Honorable Ricky Nez. You do have a committee report from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendments. There is also a committee report from the Navigated Committee. The legislation was tabled and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a motion on legislation 0043-21? Motion by Honorable Otto So.
Motion.
Second?
Second, Halona.
Second by Honorable
Halona.
Halona. Got you, Honorable Halona. I got you. That, colleagues, is there any comments, questions, or does not be work? Once. Twice. Or 3 times. Go to board.
Almer Begay. Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Almer Begay votes green. Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Richie O'Shea.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesbat Crotty did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 excused, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Ms. Uvella. That, colleagues, on the legislation, it's 20 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting in this case. So thank you. And moving on the legislation 0043-21. Colleagues, we are at the end of our agenda now. We are actually moving on to item number 7, close the session, announcements, and adjournment. What is the will of the committee?
Motion to adjourn. Otto So.
Speaker, I have one question.
We'll go to announcements first. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And this actually will affect the entire council. Speaker, we did receive a letter from your office regarding the work sessions that are set for the ARPA funds. I believe the very first is April 5th, 6th, and 7th, and then it skips to the next week. My question is, per the code, each committee meets on a certain date. So, for instance, Law and Order Committee meets the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mondays of every month. Because of the work session, I feel that that our delegates are going to be more in tune with what the reports are going to be provided, because that's going to help us with determining how the ARPA funds will be used. So in essence, it's going to be pre-homework before actually getting and delving into the work. So Speaker, my question to you is, do we cancel our committee meetings so that it will allow our committee members to take part in the various work sessions that are happening throughout the month of April? Or do we continue with our committee meetings? What I worry about is we're not going to have quorum. So if you can advise us on how to handle that, Speaker, I would appreciate it. But I will say that, Speaker, for the month of April, I know that Law and Order Committee members are very interested in attending the work session. So I'll be submitting a memo to you, letting you know that Law and Order Committee meetings will either be rescheduled to a different day other than the Mondays for the second, third, and fourth week, or we may just cancel Law and Order Committee meetings for the entire month of April to allow our committee members to attend the work session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
I reserve my time.
Reserve your time on announcements at 3:08. On your announcement, just announcing that, and just as a response, Madam Chair, we did have a chair and vice chair's meeting on February. No. March, the first Tuesday? What was that day? Did have a chair and vice chair's meeting on Tuesday morning, March 2nd. And at that time, I did announce that we would be having these meetings coming up with for the ARPA, ARPA. And at that time, Madam Chair, I did announce that it would be up to the chairs of the committees if they wanted to still continue to have their meetings. I know that Resource and Development Committee has a schedule, and I think that they're still going to continue on. Madam Chair, if it's the will of your committee to move all meetings to another date out of the week, or move the dates around, we can work with each individual committee. But again, I did announce at that time it would be up to the chairs of each one of the committees to decide and get that information back to the Speaker's office. So again, thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much for your recognition for this urgency, but also recognizing that this is something that we must do in order for us to make the best decisions when we do have our opportunities to make these changes for our people out there when this funding does become available to the nation. So I hope I answered your question, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any other announcements? I don't know if you have any. Do you have a subcommittee meeting this weekend, Madam Chair?
Motion to adjourn.
Speaker, Freeland.
Okay. With that, colleagues, so next weekend is a subcommittee meeting. Before I recognize a motion to adjourn, colleagues, there was an announcement, so I'm recognizing the announcements first because that is on our agenda. Honorable Freeland, I think that was.
Yes, sir, Speaker, it's me.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, wanted to announce that yesterday, as Vice Chair of the Eastern Land Commission, our chair was the one who motioned to adjourn, but we did get a very enthusiastic email communication from Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office, and it's inquiring about the work that next steps that we need to do in proceeding forward with the Nelly legislation through Washington. I'm very happy, very excited for this message and this opportunity for us in Eastern Navajo, especially. This initiative will help us reacquire or acquire Aboriginal land and land that we don't have in Eastern Navajo. And I'm going to continue to pray hard for this. And I'm going to ask you all to continue to support us on this initiative in gaining some of these potential land acquisitions in Eastern Navajo. I just want to mention that, Speaker, as Vice Chair and our Chair, and it's very great news for the nation. And when I did send a communication to the rest of the commissioners, everyone was pretty enthusiastic about it. So I wanted to make that announcement as well, and really look forward to the next steps as far as the Nelly is concerned. I know we do have a legislation supporting the original Nelly, but with the senator's office reaching out this way and asking us let's start moving forward with this. It's a big deal for us in Eastern Navajo. So I just want to say thank you to your office, to my colleagues, to the staff at Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office, everyone that's been involved with this in the past and into the future. So look forward to those discussions, Speaker. So Eddie, I want to say that I want to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any other announcements? Not. Honorable Otto, so I can recognize your motion at this time to adjourn. Is that still your wish?
Yes, Speaker.
Hey, is there a second? And that is at 6:28 p.m.
Yellow hair.
Yellow hair. Hey, with that, colleagues, went once, went twice, went 3 times. Go to board on adjourning at 6:28 p.m.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaspach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaspach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James via text votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Eugene So.
What is said?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edson Winnica.
Green.
Honorable Edson Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So via text votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking of voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the staff for being here again. Thank you, colleagues, for giving them a Friday evening. Other than that, have a safe weekend. Be safe. I don't think there's any subcommittee meetings this weekend, right? There's none. Other than that, have fun in your chapters if you have chapter meetings. We'll see you when we see you. Go on it.
Oh, yeah. I'm going that.
No.
It's the house, yo. I'm going, no.